Chapter 706. Chu Zhongtian had the evil spirit body. Every time he reached a higher realm, his power would increase by a whole new level. Right now, although Chu Zhongtian was only at Mid-Sea of Souls realm and had not even reached peak level yet, his evil yuan was still not something normal people could imagine. Even Murong Qingqing's demon power could not compare to Murong Qingqing's demon power. Of course, she had the perfect demi-demon bloodline, which combined with her demon power made her look like a human demon's. Adding on the fact that her cultivation had already reached late Sea of Souls realm, and she had gone through the one with the world state, her profound sense martial arts had improved by leaps and bounds, which was why her battling power was more powerful than Chu Zhongtian's. If Chu Zhongtian reached late Sea of Souls realm, he would definitely be in the top 3 of the master-level warrior ranking. He would be able to compete with Duguju and Dantai Mingyue. As for who would be more powerful, it would be hard to say. Besides his evil spirit body and evil yuan, Chu Zhongtian was still lacking in other areas. The Great Era is coming. After 10 years, there should be a lot of people here who will reach the life and death realm. Yi Chen let out a breath as a strange light flashed through his eyes. Xianhou had reached the life and death realm at the age of 35, which was a record that was very rare even in the Great Era. There might not be many people who could surpass her. Even Yi Chen himself did not have the confidence to reach the life and death realm before the age of 35, since there was still half-step king warrior above peak-level late Sea of Souls realm. Just the gap between half-step king warrior and peak-level late Sea of Souls realm had already trapped a lot of people, not to mention the life and death realm. In other words, every step after peak-level late Sea of Souls realm was like an abyss. No matter how talented one was, there might still be a chance that one step would fail. However, everyone present here was a rare martial genius. After 10 years, there should be some who would be able to reach the life and death realm. For example, Bai Wuxue and the rest of the young generation were already around 35 years old, or even older. After 10 years, it would not be impossible for them to reach the life and death realm. Moreover, after 10 years, Yi Chen himself would be 37 years old. The two were traveling at an extremely fast speed, covering hundreds of miles in just a couple of blinks. Yi Chen is here. Near Jiulong Lake, thousands of pairs of eyes looked at Yi Chen and Murong Qingqing as they flew over. In an instant, Yi Chen became the center of attention. Who? Some of them heaved a sigh of relief, and the worry on their faces faded away. Previously, Yi Chen, Duguju, and Dantai Mingyue were not here. Although there were many of them, there were only a few of them who were powerful, so it was inevitable that they lacked confidence. Now that Yi Chen was here, all of them seemed to have found their backbone and were no longer oppressed by Lu Wujian and Gu Lai's imposing manner. They secretly heaved a sigh of relief. With Yi Chen here, our true spirit continent's chance of victory has increased by at least 30%. We already have a fighting chance. It's a pity that Duguju and Dantai Mingyue aren't here. Otherwise, our chances of winning would be higher. Don't worry. It's only daybreak now. Maybe they'll all come later. Everyone spoke one after another, discussing spiritedly. Sure enough, you've come. Lu Wujian looked at Yi Chen. Yi Chen said indifferently, no need to waste time. You and I will decide the winner and loser. No. Lu Wujian shook his head. I'm not sure if you have the qualifications to fight with me. If you want to fight with me, you'll have to defeat Gu Lai first. Arrogant. So arrogant. Does he think this is the West Ocean? Hearing these words, the spectators were filled with righteous indignation. Yi Chen, I'll fight in your place. Just as Yi Chen was about to speak, Yan Fengfeng appeared. She had seen Gu Lai's strength with her own eyes, and it was indeed powerful. She didn't have 50% assurance, but she had the advantage of speed. Even if she couldn't win, it would be hard for him to injure her. In this aspect, no one else could compare to her. Be careful. Yichen didn't refuse. He was very clear about Yen Fengfeng's advantage and strength. Swish! Abruptly, from the northwest, a beam of light shot over, blade chi crisscrossing. We both use blades. Let me fight him. The light dispersed, revealing a human figure standing in the sky. It was a proud and aloof young man. If it wasn't Duguju, who else could it be? His eyes landed on Gu Lai as he said indifferently. Yen Fengfeng hesitated for a bit, then backed off. Since Duguju was here, there was no need for her to fight with Gu Lai. Most importantly, she felt that her chances of winning were not high, and she might very well lose. Duguju. It's Duguju. I didn't expect him to only be one step behind Yichen. I was worried when he would come. Haha, Yichen is here. Duguju is here. What is there to worry about? Duguju's arrival had boosted everyone's confidence. Before, they were still worried about Yichen being alone. But now, all the problems had been solved. Bring out your blade. Duguju was the first to gain the upper hand as he looked at Gu Lai with a condescending attitude. 99 blade strikes. I will defeat you. Gu Lai looked at Duguju with a serious expression. He could feel that the latter's blade aura was not weaker than his at all. Moreover, it carried an aura that made people feel despair. 99 blade strikes. Even if you attack 1,000 times, you won't be able to harm a single hair of mine. Duguju sneered. First blade strike. Gu Lai didn't waste any time. He pulled out his long blade, and the muscles in his right arm bulged as he slashed out diagonally. It was not over yet. After the first blade strike, Gu Lai's second blade strike followed closely. One blade strike after another, a total of 9 blade strikes. Each blade strike was aimed at the blind spots, fast as lightning. Clang, 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 clang. Duguju pulled out his long and thin blade, bouncing off all of Gu Lai's attacks. He seemed to be very relaxed, as if he had done it with ease. So powerful. Duguju is even more powerful than before. Even Gu Lai's 9 blade strikes couldn't threaten him at all. Duguju, defeat him. The crowd roared. Beside Lu Xiaoyu, by Wuxue praised, he is indeed one of the monstrous geniuses. His improvement is not something that ordinary people can compare with. Although Bai Wuxue was ranked 4th on the master ranking, and Duguju was ranked 2nd, Bai Wuxue might not lose to Duguju if they went all out in a battle. However, it was obvious that Duguju had become stronger, and it was not just a little bit stronger. He could use his blade techniques with ease and familiarity. Yichen, how many moves do you think it will take to decide the winner? Morong Qingchen asked Yichen. Yichen thought for a while and said, more than 300 moves. The winner will most likely be Duguju. You think Duguju will win? The despair blade intent is very difficult to control. Duguju was able to restrain it and only release it at the moment of attack. This proves that his realm has improved again. Yes, it is a little different. Morong Qingchen nodded faintly. Bring out your killing move. Otherwise, you will lose miserably. Duguju was so powerful that even Gu Lai was starting to be affected by him. This was unimaginable in the past because Gu Lai's entrance was too domineering. He defeated Chu Zhongtian, who had one of the best defenses, with 3 saber strikes. Brother Gu, defeat him for me. The multicolor-robed lady shouted, feeling very unhappy. Gu Lai was not in the mood to deal with the multicolor-robed lady. Duguju's strength had exceeded his expectations. He felt like he was fighting against Lu Wujian, and he was on the defensive at every turn. Purgatory chop. With his mind, chi, and spirit at a high level, Gu Lai flew up and hacked down with his saber. The gray saber chi connected the sky and earth, ruthless and tyrannical. Good. Duguju did not retreat or dodge. He waved the saber in his hand, and a despairing aura burst out, causing the sky to turn white. Boom! Duguju fell down, and his feet stepped on the lake, creating ripples. Gulai somersaulted a few times in the air before landing on a mountain peak. With this move, Duguju had the upper hand. Tyrannical 24 saber strikes. Feeling that his killing move was slightly weaker, Gulai stomped on the mountain peak and flashed, arriving at Duguju in the blink of an eye. He waved his saber again and again, choosing to engage in close combat. Clang! 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 How could Duguju be afraid of him? He waved his saber to meet the attacks. Above the lake and in the sky, saber lights flashed everywhere. Chi exploded, and the two's figures could not be seen anymore. It was as if they had hidden in the void. Crack! Waves of saber chi leaked out, and the surroundings of the Nine-Dragon Lake became unrecognizable. Such a fast exchange. The battle between two saber users is more exciting than I had imagined. Too powerful. If I go up, I'm afraid I won't even see their silhouettes before getting killed. Hearing the discussions of the crowd, the multicolor-robed woman creased her brows. She originally believed that the continent had no experts and had long since declined. However, the appearance of Duguju was like a sharp saber, shattering her confidence in Gulai. This Duguju was indeed very powerful. She had no idea where he had come from. Saber of despair. Duguju's pupils turned eerily white as he slashed out with his saber. Despair chi condensed into a line and bombarded Gulai along with the saber chi. Not good. Gulai thought that his saber speed was fast enough, but Duguju was actually a bit faster than him. He promptly raised his saber to block and lowered his center of gravity. Clang! Glaring sparks burst forth as Gulai's feet slid on the lake water, his clothes torn. Despair fox. Duguju didn't show any mercy. His saber chi became even more vigorous as he slashed out a demonic fox phantom. The demonic fox phantom had a sinister appearance and densely packed sharp teeth. Exuding a dense despair chi, it bit at Gulai. Sky absolute tyrannical saber. Blue veins popping out on his forehead, Gulai furiously roared. His aura erupted fiercely, and his entire body seemed to turn into a giant as he forcefully slashed out with his saber. Swoosh! The mournful saber light slashed at the demonic fox phantom. Roar! Before the demonic fox phantom was slashed apart, it spat out a pale white beam of light, which struck Gulai's protective Zhenyuan. With a kacha sound, Gulai's protective Zhenyuan was instantly shattered. Spurting out a mouthful of blood, he involuntarily flew back and fell on the lakeside. Gulai had been defeated by Duguju. From start to finish, he hadn't been able to gain the upper hand. Duguju's strength shocked everyone. Even Lu Wujian faintly creased his brows, feeling that Duguju wasn't easy to deal with. Others couldn't compare to him. Turns out he's the most powerful person on true Spirit Continent. That sword master of the continent only has an undeserved reputation. The multicolor-robed woman said. Interesting. Defeating all the geniuses of true Spirit Continent is my goal this time. But if I were to defeat him effortlessly, it would be too boring. Seems like he's my strongest opponent. Lu Wujian had the thought of fighting. Opponents were hard to come by, and he had always been invincible in West Ocean. It was truly boring. Chapter 707. No wonder he could keep up with Yi Chun. He is simply too powerful. If Yi Chen's improvement speed drops even a little bit, he would be in danger of being surpassed. Li Xiaoyan sucked in a deep breath and mumbled to himself. Yi Chen's unbelievable rise made Li Xiaoyan cautious. Although Duguju was powerful, he could not say that Duguju had surpassed Yi Chun. Regardless, Yi Chun was from the southern regions. Emotionally, he was more biased towards Yi Chun. Yi Chen's expression is very calm. Jing Aoxuan wanted to say something, but after seeing Yi Chen's calm expression, she became pensive. Fortunately, I did not attack. Situ Hao frowned deeply. He had discovered that the geniuses of the Sky Martial region had started to split into two groups. The strong ones were getting stronger, and the weak ones were also getting stronger. However, the gap between their strengths was getting bigger and bigger. He was already showing signs of being left behind, which was not a good sign. All right, I will not fight for one day, but for eternity. A strong sense of danger made Situ Hao put away his arrogance. The great era was coming, and the levels of geniuses were becoming clearer. Among the former top 5 young warriors, only Bai Wuxue was still standing on the front lines with Yi Qin and Duguju. The others were starting to fall. From this moment on, it would be clear who had the potential to reach the life and death realm. It was like a huge wave washing away the sand. Only those who could endure the test would have the possibility of not being eliminated. If he did not work hard, even the second line would be in danger. You are qualified to be my opponent now. Lu Wujian looked at Duguju, his battle intent rising. Qin, putting his blade back into its scabbard, Duguju flashed onto a mountain peak and said, "My only opponent is Yi Chun. Let's talk after you defeat him." Lu Wujian and Yi Chun both used swords. Before Yi Chun revealed his strength, Duguju would not turn his opponent into Lu Wujian. All right, defeating him is not hard. Lu Wujian's expression froze slightly. Duguju's rejection made him a bit unhappy. As far as he was concerned, being acknowledged by Duguju was already something to be proud of. Lu Wujian. Just when Lu Wujian was about to look at Yi Chun, Lu Xiaoyu walked out in front of everyone's shocked gazes. Frowning, Lu Wujian said, "Half a year ago, you were not my opponent. It is still the same now. You should step down. Indeed, I am not confident of defeating you. However, you might not be able to defeat me as easily as you did half a year ago," Lu Xiaoyu said as he placed his hand on the hilt of his sword. "Oh, it looks like you have made great progress in the past half a year. You will know whether I have made any progress or not when you try. There is no need for Brother Lu to make a move. I will try you." The colorful clothed lady was a spectator of the fight between Lu Xiaoyu and Lu Wujian half a year ago. She knew Lu Xiaoyu's strength very well. She did not believe that Lu Xiaoyu could have made great progress in the past half a year. After all, half a year ago, Lu Xiaoyu could not even withstand 10 sword strikes from Lu Wujian. Hence, Lu Xiaoyu was not worthy of Lu Wujian making a move. "Take this." With the long whip in her hand, the colorful clothed lady attacked Lu Xiaoyu with the wind flame whip. Seeing this, a cold light flashed in Lu Xiaoyu's eyes. He instantly unsheathed his sword and swung it. Dozens of arc-shaped sword chi shot out and approached the colorful clothed lady. Puff, 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 puff. The whip and the sword chi collided and produced a series of explosions. However, Lu Xiaoyu's sword wasn't that simple. The dozens of sword chi had different trajectories. Some flew in the air, some slashed straight, some arced, and some were full of power. After the colorful clothed lady's whip was canceled out, there were still several sword chi that attacked her at lightning speed. Fire crystal shield. The colorful clothed lady quickly used a defensive profound martial skill. There was a loud bang. In the next moment, the colorful clothed lady retreated 10 steps. Her face was filled with shock. How is this possible? His strength has increased by more than 50% in the past half a year. She couldn't help but be shocked. Bai Wuxue nodded slightly. Lu Xiaoyu wasn't someone who would get depressed so easily. Failure would only make him improve faster. This had been proven in the past. Clearly, losing to Lu Wujian in 10 moves half a year ago didn't make Lu Xiaoyu quiet. Instead, it made him cultivate even more crazily, bursting out his unprecedented potential. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come out to challenge Lu Wujian. So that's how it is. Good. Let's warm up before the big battle. I hope you won't disappoint me. Lu Wujian's clothes were very long, just like his long hair. They fluttered in the wind. He stood in the air and walked toward Lu Xiaoyu step by step. Finally, he stopped 100 steps away. Make your move. Lu Wujian placed his left hand behind his back. Void Kill Sword Art. When Lu Wujian walked over, Lu Xiaoyu had been accumulating his strength and sword aura. When Lu Wujian stopped, he made his move. The distance between them seemed to be ignored. Lu Xiaoyu waved his sword. A strong wind rose, and the sword chi filled the sky. Break. Lu Wujian's left hand was still behind his back. He held the sword hilt with his right hand and pulled it out. Then he clashed a few times in the air, breaking all the sword chi. Fast, extremely fast. Lu Wujian's sword art was even faster than Lu Xiaoyu's void kill sword art. The sword chi that filled the sky couldn't even get close to him. Void kill sword. Lu Xiaoyu naturally knew that Lu Wujian's sword speed was out of this world. Almost no one in the world could compete with it, but he was already prepared for it, so he wasn't surprised. Letting out a breath, Lu Xiaoyu's Zhen Yuan burst out, pouring into the longsword in his hand. The longsword twisted a bit, bringing up an invisible wind as it stabbed toward Lu Wujian, who was not far away. Pop! Lu Wujian's position was refracted, as if he was in a mirror, and this mirror could shatter at any moment. Your attack power is enough, but it still can't do anything to me. Lu Wujian held his sword with one hand and swept it upward, using the most vigorous and boundless shifting ocean sword chi. Immediately, a deep white sword chi engulfed the heaven and earth, cleanly breaking Lu Xiaoyu's sword aura. The spatial refraction effect also vanished like smoke in thin air. Whoosh! The remaining moving ocean sword chi didn't stop attacking toward Lu Xiaoyu. He saw the weakness of Lu Xiaoyu's sword attack. Bai Wuxiuan knew Lu Xiaoyu's ace attack very well. That void kill sword seemed to be close to shattering the space, but it was actually a trick. Wind was everywhere, and the flow of air was wind. This void kill sword contained the profound of wind, which could cause the wind to go berserk and destabilize the space. However, it was still a long way from truly shattering the space. Of course, even though it was a trick, the power of this void kill sword was not to be underestimated. The only weakness was that the attack range was too big, and the power was not concentrated. Otherwise, this sword attack would definitely be the most powerful one. Chaotic Wind Chop. Facing the incoming deep white sword chi, Lu Xiaoyu didn't panic at all. The long sword in his hand drew a circle in the air, creating a storm of sword chi. Bang! 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 The deep white sword chi was shattered, turning into thousands of sword threads. Lu Xiaoyu was careless and was hit by a few of the sword threads. His sleeves and shoulder clothes were torn, and he got hit in the chest as well. Blood leaked out from the corner of his mouth. This doesn't look good. Lu Xiaoyu's power has improved very quickly, and he might be able to return to the top 5 young giants, but Lu Wujian is too strong. Holding his sword with one hand, he can suppress Lu Xiaoyu. It doesn't seem like he is getting serious. It's my turn. Lu Wujian took a step forward and instantly appeared before Lu Xiaoyu. The long sword in his hand disappeared, and a white sword screen covered the latter. Ding! 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 Sparks flew everywhere as Lu Xiaoyu did his best to block Lu Wujian's attacks. The the speed of his attacks became faster and faster, and without him realizing it, he had already surpassed his limits. There is indeed improvement. Lu Wujian put down his left hand, which was behind his back. His body became more agile, and his sword chi was sometimes as violent as thunder, sometimes as swift as the wind, and sometimes as ferocious as the waves. Peng, unable to dodge, Lu Xiaoyu was sent flying hundreds of meters away by a sword chi. More and more blood leaked out from the corner of his mouth, but his eyes were still bright. Metal wind. Holding his sword with both hands, Lu Xiaoyu used the result of the past half a year. It was his strongest killing move, a mid-tier metal wind fusion profound sword move. The golden sword wind was very tangible, and it swept toward Lu Wujian. Lu Wujian's brows twitched. This Lu Xiaoyu wasn't that strong half a year ago, but now his power was almost at Master Sky Sword's level. Not only did he receive nearly 100 moves from him, he had also developed an even stronger killing move. Without any hesitation, Lu Wujian also used his killing move, 1,000-mile thread. Puchi, the golden sword winds collided against the line of sword energy. The golden sword winds were instantly sliced apart. However, the golden sword winds were seemingly endless, and a significant amount of the line of sword energy's power was whittled away. Shock waves of gold and white intersected as a result, which assailed the two cultivators. Spurting out a large mouthful of blood, Lu Xiaoyu finally couldn't hold on any longer, and his body was sent flying. As for Lu Wujian, he also retreated dozens of steps. This was the first time he had been forced back. Lu Xiaoyu lost as well. Even though he lost, it's still a glorious defeat. Half a year ago, Lu Xiaoyu couldn't even receive 10 sword strikes from Lu Wujian. But now he has received 100, and his power has increased by nearly half. Lu Xiaoyu must know that he can't win, and he just wants to test his strength. Not being able to receive 10 sword strikes was very humiliating, but receiving 100 sword strikes was completely different, although Lu Wujian didn't seem to be going all out. Letting out a breath, Yichen said, "It's my turn." "Don't be careless." Murong Qingcheng reminded Yichen. "I know. With his strength, I can't afford to be careless." Facing the wind, Yichen's sword aura burst out, spreading out like the night, covering the entire 9-Dragon Mountain and 9-Dragon Lake. Without needing any reminder, everyone's attention was drawn over. In everyone's eyes, the world seemed to have disappeared, and only Yichen remained. The world, they felt, was deathly silent. Those who were closer to Yichen discovered that they couldn't even speak. It was like they had fallen into a nightmare. They could think, but they couldn't move their bodies. What a terrifying sword intent. Bai Wuxue took a deep breath, his eyes filled with shock. Duguju was also somewhat shocked. His hands and feet trembled in excitement. This was a feeling that no one else could give him. Such nervousness, such anticipation. Chapter 708. Because Yichen's sword intent was pointed in Lu Wujian's direction, the multicolor-robed woman was also affected. She retreated several steps and said with a pale face, "Impossible!" She had never seen a sword intent of this level. Compared to Yichen's, even Lu Wujian was somewhat inferior, which was hard for her to accept. "Lu Wujian, now you should know why I don't want to fight with you. You don't have the qualifications to look down on Yichen." Duguju's eyes blossomed with a strange splendor as he inwardly said. The long sword at his waist trembled unceasingly, as if ready to be unsheathed at any moment. Lu Wujian's eyes narrowed into slits, and an ice-cold light flowed within. He could feel a heavy threat from Yichen's body. This threat was no longer self-defined, but an instinctive one. If even his body could feel the threat, one could easily imagine how powerful Yi Chen was. Very good. This is the first time Lu Wujin, have underestimated someone. Indeed, I've underestimated you. But so what? You'll still lose to me. Pressing his left hand on the tip of the sword hilt, Lu Wujin straightened his back. A swift and fierce sword intent pierced through the sky, colliding with Yi Chen's sword intent. Countless fine explosions resounded in the void, and a chaotic storm appeared out of nowhere, spreading in all directions. Ah! Blood-curdling screams resounded one after another. The people nearby felt as if their heads were about to split open as they frantically retreated, avoiding the assault of the Will Storm. Will Storm, retreat. This is a clash of king-level wills. Someone in the crowd cried out in alarm. Yi Chen's destruction sword intent was at the 5th step, and its might was equivalent to an ordinary 6th step sword intent. Lu Wujin's sword intent was also at the 5th step, but not an ordinary one. It was a relatively rare firmament sword intent. Although it couldn't compare to the destruction sword intent, it was much more powerful. The clash of their sword intents was equivalent to the clash of 2 life and death kings. One could easily imagine the destructive power produced. Of course, although the 2 sword intents were powerful, they were not life and death kings after all. Their usage of sword intents was much weaker than life and death kings, and belonged to the bottom tier. However, the clash of king-level sword intents was not ordinary after all. If one did not retreat, one's soul might be crushed by the Will Storm and die miserably on the spot. The sword intent itself didn't have any color, but it did when used on the outside world. Yi Chen's destruction sword intent was filled with a devouring black color, without a trace of brilliance. Lu Wujin's firmament sword intent was white with a hint of blue. It was neither strong nor weak, gentle yet carrying a sharp aura. The 2 sword intents clashed, causing the black and white to clash in the sky above the 9-Dragon Mountain. The black was a bit stronger, suppressing the white and occupying a large area, while the white held its ground and waited for an opportunity to counterattack. Wave slash. With the sword intent suppressed, Lu Wujin's Zhen Yuan gushed out of his body and poured into the longsword in his hand. The longsword let out a long ringing sound and slashed toward Yi Chen like a deep white ocean wave. Swoosh! The black and white were torn apart, and a mark pierced through the 2 colors, rushing straight toward Yi Chen on the mountain peak. Pulling out the Thunder Disaster Sword, Yi Chen waved it in the air. The black sword chi was like a crack in the void, swallowing half of the wave-shaped sword chi, while the other half was also annihilated, dissipating into nothingness. Impressive, but it's still not enough. Lu Wujin laughed loudly. Dressed in a long robe, his body turned into a long rainbow, arriving in an instant. He launched hundreds of sword attacks at Yi Chen in a row. Each sword attack was unbelievably fast, as if one person had turned into hundreds of people, waving their swords at the same time, aiming straight at Yi Chen's vitals. Too fast. It's twice as fast as the battle with Lu Xiaoyu. Can a human really have such a powerful sword speed? West Ocean Sword Master is not called that for nothing. This is a battle between sword masters. Look, Yi Chen's sword art is also very fast. His hand and sword have already disappeared, leaving only sword chi. Amidst the discussions of the crowd, Yi Chen rushed toward Lu Wujin, waving his Thunder Disaster Sword to the extreme, blocking Lu Wujin's attacks one after another. Not only that, although Yi Chen was in the countercurrent, his counterattack had even caused the countercurrent to stagnate, standing on equal footing. Ding, 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 ding. If the battle between Duguju and Gulai was said to have reached a limit in both speed and power, then the battle between Lu Wujin and Yi Chen was said to have both surpassed that limit and continued to rise, seeming to be endless, because their speed was too fast, and their swords were also fast. Their figures didn't disappear. On the contrary, they moved in a different direction. In the sky, the figures of the two were everywhere. From 10 to 20, 20 to 40, 40 to 80, 100 Yi Chens and 100 Lu Wujians were exchanging blows in different postures. Some raised their swords against each other. Some chased each other. Some competed in exquisite sword arts. And some fought in the air, causing Qi energies to explode. Far away from the Nine-Dragon Lake, the crowd was dumbfounded. All of them dumbfounded. If they had not seen it with their own eyes, they would never have believed that there would be someone who could use sword arts to such an outrageous level. And it was not one, but two. Lu Wujian's strength was beyond their imagination. Yi Chen's strength also shocked them once again. The West Ocean Sword Master versus the continent's Sword Master. This was a battle between sword masters, rarely seen in 100 years. Moving sea sword Qi. A small part of Lu Wujian's figure disappeared, and a clear figure condensed, waving a dark white sword Qi that swept through the sky and earth. Puff, 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 puff. Dozens of Yi Chen's figures were broken, like a rag wiping on a dusty glass, instantly clearing a large area. Infinite golden ripples. Dark golden ripples burst out, blooming in circles. Wherever Yi Chen's figure moved, the Lu Wujian would be destroyed. With Yi Chen as the center, the area within a radius of several thousand meters became a world of ripples, and Yi Chen was the master of this world. The last figure was destroyed, and Lu Wujian's real body rushed towards Yi Chen, his long robe fluttering in the wind, and he shouted, "Retreat!" It was still the moving sea sword Qi, but this time it turned the sky above Nine-Dragon Lake into an ocean. Now, this ocean was rolling, and it carried a terrifying power and momentum, immediately swallowing the ripple world around Yi Chen. This moving sea sword Qi is too majestic, and there is no way to deal with it. I wonder how Yi Chen is going to deal with it. Everyone could see that Lu Wujian was going all out, and the power of the moving sea sword Qi was not something that Lu Xiaoyu could compare to. With one sword, the ocean rolled and the mountains moved, and the power was terrifying. When a person faced the entire ocean, it was inevitable that they would feel small. Break! A black pillar of sword Qi shot out from the ocean, dyeing the entire ocean a dark white. Countless cracks appeared on the edges, making it look like a gigantic glowing body. However, the light that came from within was black, and a destructive aura wantonly emanated from it. Rumble! A sky-shaking sound rang out, and Yi Chen flew out. He actually broke my all-out moving sea sword Qi. Lu Wujian was slightly surprised. Be it the battle with Zhong's sky sword or Lu Xiaoyu, he had never been serious. If one move didn't work, he would change to another. But when he fought with Yi Chen, he couldn't casually change his moves. His trump card should be used on the edge of the blade, and he wouldn't use it a second time. Unfortunately, he still underestimated Yi Chen's strength. Back when Yi Chen fought with Zhong's sky sword, his destruction sword intent hadn't reached the 5th step. With the 5th step sword intent, Yi Chen didn't even need the imperial sword art to defeat Zhong's sky sword. Moreover, although this moving sea sword Qi had a majestic momentum, it didn't have much use against Yi Chen. The wider the attack range, the more openings there would be. Even if there were no openings, he would still be able to create one. In the eyes of Lu Xiaoyu, the moving sea sword Qi was unbelievably powerful, but in the eyes of Yi Chen, it was nothing. Thunder Devour. After successfully escaping, Yi Chen didn't hesitate at all as he slashed at Lu Wujian. A black thunderball tore through the sky, rushing over with a destructive aura. Not good. Lu Wujian could tell how terrifying this move was, so he executed the moving sea sword Qi again. Bang! The thunderball exploded, and the moving sea sword Qi was shattered. Lu Wujian was forced back dozens of steps, his clothes fluttering in the wind. Yi Chen chased after him. One after another, black thunderballs flew across the sky like a group of mobile cannons, burning brightly. Lu Wujian retreated again and again, gradually being suppressed. The first rank of the Master Warrior ranking is still his this year. Bai Wuxue carefully watched the two's battle and analyzed the information from the previous battle between Lu Wujian and Lu Xiaoyu. He came to a shocking conclusion. Yi Chen's strength was at least twice that of Lu Xiaoyu. This was probably the first time that Lu Wujian, who was known as the Western Ocean Sword Master, had been suppressed by someone. Sword Master Yi Chen could no longer be described as strong. To be more precise, he was dominating the entire situation. The other spectators felt their blood boiling as well. The strength that Yi Chen had erupted with far surpassed their expectations. Not only had he fought with Lu Wujian until now, but he had also gradually gained the initiative. Humph! Brother Lu has not even revealed his trump card yet. Open your eyes wide and watch. The multicolor-clothed woman's face was filled with disdain. Sword Master Yi Chen is indeed very strong, ridiculously strong. Unfortunately, your opponent is Lu Wujian. Very few people know how terrifying he is. Gu Lai had only suffered some light injuries, nothing serious. Now, he stood beside the colorful-robed woman and watched the battle between the two. A thousandly thread. Finally, Lu Wujian used his killing move, an all-out killing move. The deep white sword qi condensed into a line and flashed in the air. Immediately, several thunderballs were cut apart. Although the broken thunderballs did not lose their momentum and continued to shoot over, they were much weaker. Lu Wujian blocked and broke them with his sword. After stabilizing the situation, Lu Wujian held his breath and swept his sword diagonally. The condensed sword qi passed through the gaps and headed for Yi Chen. If this sword strike landed, even Chu Zhongtian would be severely injured and on the verge of death. Its attack power and momentum were terrifying. Thunder devour, condense. Yi Chen did not panic. He held his sword with both hands and slashed out with a heavy and swift posture. Crack! Black thunder and lightning gathered at the tip of the sword and shot out, forming a thunderball. The thunderball's shape changed from a perfect circle to an oval, and from an oval to an oblate. It was like a shuttle, a black ball of light. The compressed thunderball was so fast that it blurred Yi Chen's vision. It clashed with the sword qi that had been condensed into a line. With a cracking sound, the deep white sword qi was cut in half. It brushed past Yi Chen's body and pierced through the two mountains behind him, going deep into the ground. And the black ball of light turned into a beam of light and rushed toward Lu Wujian. The power of the beam of light decreased a lot, but Lu Wujian still took a few steps back, his qi and blood fluctuating. Not bad at all. This is the first time I've met someone who can be evenly matched with me. You are the first. Unfortunately, my strength is not something you can imagine. Meeting me is your misfortune and also the beginning of your failure. Lu Wujian's expression was calm, but his eyes became extremely sharp. When he looked at them, they felt like there were countless swords stabbing into their eyes. Chapter 709. This is what I wanted to say to you as well. Yi Chen squinted his eyes slightly. As he opened and closed his eyes, a bright light condensed into a line, looking like two silver beams of light. A wild wind blew, causing his black hair to dance in the air like clouds. Interesting. Yi Chen was not only the first powerful opponent Lu Wujian had ever met, but also the first one to look down on him. This made him so angry that he started laughing instead, feeling that he was being looked down upon. Since you are so confident, then I will beat you until you lose your confidence. Lu Wujian, have roamed the West Ocean for 10 years without losing once. Today, I will not lose either. The one who will lose will be you." Putting the long sword back into its scabbard, Lu Wujian's body slightly leaned forward. His right hand was placed on the sword hilt, and his sword aura was condensed. "Is that so? You will be disappointed." The Thunder Disaster sword pointed downwards, and strands of black sword light shot out from its tip. Yi Chen's posture did not change as he looked straight at Lu Wujian. Whale breaking water, crazy kill. When the sword aura had accumulated to its peak, the instant it would explode if it continued to accumulate, Lu Wujian made his move. Clang! A resplendent blue-white sword light illuminated the horizon, seeming like a boundless ocean. Amidst the clear and crystalline waves, a colossus broke out of the water. It was a huge whale, not condensed from Zhenyuan, but sword chi. It was somewhat similar to Duguju's Fox of Despair. However, compared to Fox of Despair, this huge whale was even more tyrannical and frightening. With a biting, cold-killing intent, the huge whale leaped into the air, opened its mouth, and attempted to swallow Yi Chen. The spectating experts in Yi Chen's position were overwhelmed with shock. The huge whale opened its mouth, revealing a pitch-black darkness inside. It was incomparably huge, as if it was a black hole that was constantly expanding. It seemed as if it was going to swallow the heaven and earth in front of it. They couldn't help but subconsciously take a few steps back. "If you want to swallow, I'll let you swallow." Raising the Thunder Disaster sword high above his head, Yi Chen held it with both of his hands. Streams of black electric currents gathered on the tip of the sword, and in the next second, a thunderball appeared out of nowhere, spinning at a high speed. In just a blink of an eye, the thunderball had expanded to a few meters in size, and no matter how much it was compressed, it could not shrink. "Go!" The Thunder Disaster sword slashed out with all its might, and a huge thunderball flew into the whale's mouth, entering its body through its throat. Gurgle! A muffled sound rang out, and the giant whale's momentum slowed down. Its body swelled unnaturally like an inflated balloon and continued to inflate. Boom! As its body swelled to its limit, the giant whale exploded into pieces. A black and white shockwave spread out in a ring shape, and a black and white mushroom cloud shot up into the sky, poking a huge hole in the sky. At that moment, Yi Chen felt like a nuclear bomb had exploded in front of him. His body was blown away by the shockwave, and after a slight pause, he was blown backward like a piece of paper. Lu Wujian was not feeling good either. He did not expect Yi Chen's Thunder Devour to have so many changes. Before, it was compressing the Thunderball to increase its power, and now it was pouring in a huge amount of Zhenyuan to increase its explosive power. Judging from the size of the Thunderball and its explosive power, the Thunder Profound contained in this move had exceeded the entry realm by quite a bit, at least 40%. Just the Thunderball's explosive power was huge, and the giant whale was an enclosed environment. The Thunderball's explosive power was unimaginable. Because of all these factors, the shockwave this time was unprecedentedly fierce. It was so fierce that it formed a ring-shaped circle, and all the power was gathered together. It wasn't a continuous shockwave. Creak! An unpleasant grinding sound came from the protective Zhenyuan. Lu Wujian only felt his body go numb, and he was blown backward involuntarily. The scenery on both sides was getting further and further away from him, turning into a blur. Retreat again. The shock wave was too ferocious, forming a circular chi wave. Apart from a few people, the rest retreated several li in succession. Yi Chen and Lu Wujian's figures had already turned into two small dots. Fortunately, by circulating Zhenyuan to their eyes, they could still see clearly. What a powerful shockwave! The mountain under their feet turned into ashes in an instant. Bai Wuxue and the rest leaped up and stood in the air, their protective Zhen Yuan flickering. Break! Gulai stood in front of the multicolor-robed woman, condensing a Zhen Yuan saber on his protective Zhen Yuan and splitting the shockwave in half. Even Brother Lu's whale breaking water was broken. The multicolor-robed woman could not understand what was going on. Gulai said with a solemn expression, "It's not the final moment yet." Right, Brother Lu's strongest trump card has not been used yet. The multicolor-robed woman regained her confidence in Lu Wujin and stared at the center of the explosion without blinking. After flying for about 7 or 8 li, Yichen finally stopped. He squinted his eyes to prevent the bright light from hurting them. He should still have killing moves, worthy of being the West Ocean Sword Master. Apart from not using Golden Hurricane or defensive sword art, Yichen had already gone all out. Lu Wujin was the strongest swordsman he had met so far, so he could not afford to be careless. "You can actually break my whale-breaking water." Lu Wujin's calm expression turned grave. He had already realized that Yichen was not that easy to defeat. If he did not use all of his skills, he might not even be able to harm a single hair of his opponent. It could be said that Yichen was the biggest obstacle in his life. Either he tripped over the obstacle and fell to the ground, or he could step over it and continue forward. "I will not lose." Lu Wujin had never thought that he would lose, and it was the same this time. Roar! The sky-piercing cloudy sword intent increased crazily. An extremely powerful aura spread out from Lu Wujin's body, and his Zhen Yuan rose steadily. It seemed that he had used some secret technique to activate it, allowing him to exert a power far beyond his limit, because the sword intent was too strong. And the cloudy sword intent was a sword intent with a relatively strong explosive power. It caused the aura outside Lu Wujin's body to condense into numerous illusory sword shadows. They were not man-made, but natural. In the blink of an eye, Lu Wujin was covered by the sword shadows, looking like a hedgehog with sword shadows. The extremely sharp sword aura scared a lot of people. Lu Wujin is about to go crazy. What a terrifying sword aura. This Lu Wujin's power is simply limitless. I wonder if Yichen can handle it. Look, Yichen is activating his sword intent as well. The crowd was first attracted by Lu Wujin, and then shifted their attention to Yichen. Yichen's destruction sword intent was even more powerful than Lu Wujin's cloudy sword intent. Once it was fully activated, the destructive aura was simply earth-shattering. Even the sky was dyed black. Above the sky, black lightning flashed endlessly. A huge black sword shadow condensed on Yichen's body. The sword shadow only released a bit of its sharpness, but it was already able to create a huge hole in the sky. Blood-Sea Buddha! On the other side, Lu Wujin had already finished accumulating power. The surging aura around him caused the space around him to distort. Taking a step forward, Lu Wujin used every bit of strength in his body to swing his sword. As soon as the sword was unleashed, a bloody rain and a bloody sea spread out. Countless blood-colored sword shadows danced in the sky, turning the sky above the Nine-Dragon Lake into a bloody purgatory, covering Yichen. As he was increasing his sword intent, Yichen's cold eyes stared at Lu Wujin. He could see that Lu Wujin had not only comprehended the profound of wind and water, but also the extremely strange profound of blood. This Blood-Sea Buddha was a combination of the profound of water and the profound of blood. Water and blood originally had something in common. Combining them, not only could the profound of water be improved, but it also allowed the profound of blood to be more powerful. It was a very overbearing profound martial art. Gold Hurricane. The combination of the profound of blood and the profound of water was very powerful, but the combination of the profound of metal and water of Yi Chun was not weak either. Metal gave birth to water, and there was a similar relationship between them. Once the two were combined, the power would increase rapidly, creating a cycle. The Thunder Disaster Sword shone with a dark golden luster as Yi Chun attacked with a horrifying destructive sword intent. Puchi, a dark golden ripple of light shot out. Within the ripple of light, the ripples pushed forward layer by layer, reaching the front. In the blink of an eye, its power had increased by leaps and bounds. It slammed into the blood-colored world, punching a hole in it and rushing in. Crackle! The blood-colored sword shadow and the ripple beam clashed together, shattering into pieces. On the surface of the blood sea, a deep sword mark was plowed out. The destructive sword intent filled the sword mark, continuously destroying the structure of the blood sea, causing huge waves to rise. The blood color gradually faded. Lu Wujian's face was cold and expressionless as he waved out another sword attack. The blood ocean covered the entire sky, and the sword shadows shot out everywhere. Break! Yi Chun did not waste any time. The Thunder Disaster Sword danced again and again, shooting out beams of ripple beams, bombarding the layers of the blood world. Bang! 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 As the two of them fought, the sun and the moon dimmed, sand and pebbles flew everywhere. The violent blood-red sword wind and the black sword wind interweaved together, spinning around the two of them, colliding with each other. Eventually, they formed a tornado that was several miles thick, connecting the sky and the earth. In the center of the tornado, the two continued to attack each other, seeming as if they would not stop until one of them fell. Only one of them could walk out of here. Gulp! Among the spectators, there were people swallowing their saliva from time to time, releasing their nervous emotions. Watching the blood-colored light and black light in the tornado, as well as the dense lightning caused by the friction of energy, someone finally couldn't help but say, "Fuck, this is too exaggerated. They are both Sea of Soul Realm Master level warriors, but this gap is too big. How is this a battle between two people? It looks like two Sea of Soul Realm armies fighting against each other. There is no way to resist at all." A battle between sword masters is indeed not something we can imagine. I wonder who among them will have the last laugh. As the battle continued, Yi Chun had already activated his dragon bone defense layer. A layer of white bone appeared on his skin, and his semi-extreme rank armor, the Muddy Sky armor, was also activated. Countless twisting blue symbols appeared on his protective Zhenyuan, increasing its defensive power. Even so, he still did not feel good. The qi and blood in his body were boiling like boiling water. On the other side, Lu Wujian also had a semi-extreme rank armor. It was a blue and white plate armor, which was slightly different from Yi Chen's Muddy Sky armor. This plate armor was releasing cloud-shaped symbols, which stuck on his protective Zhenyuan like simple white clouds. Besides that, the necklace around his neck also released a dark blue light, forming a second layer of defense outside of his protective Zhenyuan. Pung, 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 pung. Qi waves continuously bombarded the dark blue light, bringing up circles of twisting ripples, which made Lu Wujian tremble from time to time. My Serene Ocean necklace is also a semi-extreme rank artifact. With 2 layers of defense, it should be able to hold on. I would like to see how long you can last. At this moment, it was no longer a battle of strength, but endurance. Whoever could not endure at first would lose. There was no other possibility. Chapter 7:10. This Lu Wujian actually has a semi-extreme grade accessory. Yen Fengfeng was a bit astonished. Among artifacts, The value of defensive artifacts was generally 2 times that of offensive artifacts, while accessory artifacts were 3 times that of offensive artifacts. The reason why they were so expensive wasn't because of how good they were. In fact, the aid they could provide was limited and couldn't compare to defensive and offensive artifacts. However, they were too rare, and the rarer they were, the more valuable they were. Moreover, one could only wear a single defensive artifact and hold 1 or 2 offensive artifacts. Any more would be a waste. However, wearing accessories could still increase one's battle power, such as necklaces, bracelets, earrings, rings, and so on. Without any exaggeration, if an ordinary Sea of Soul Master were to wear a full set of semi-extreme grade defensive artifacts, hold a semi-extreme grade offensive artifact, and have a complete set of accessory artifacts, all of which were of semi-extreme grade, then even 2 Yi Chens wouldn't be able to do anything to the opponent, unless the opponent's Zhen Yuan was exhausted. Of course, this was impossible. A full set of semi-extreme grade defensive artifacts was something that even a 4th grade sect, the Void Sect, couldn't collect. Moreover, a complete set of semi-extreme grade accessory artifacts was even more difficult than a full set of defensive artifacts. Being able to produce 1 or 2 was already quite amazing. Only in the ancient and medieval eras, when all kinds of artifact refining methods had not been lost, could such a thing happen. Lu Wujian's strength was already unpredictable, and adding a semi-extreme grade accessory, his defense had increased by a large margin. If this continued, Yi Chen would very likely lose. The situation is not good, not to mention Lu Wujian's Swordmaster level strength. He even has a semi-extreme grade accessory. How can he compete? Although the defense of a semi-extreme grade necklace is not as good as a semi-extreme grade armor, it's at least 60 to 70% effective. Could it be that Yi Chen will really lose? Everyone's face revealed a worried expression. Contrary to everyone else, the multicolor-robed woman revealed a joyous expression. So what if he's the continent's sword sect? He still has to make way for our West Ocean sword sect. Bang, bang, bang. In the tornado, the two had already exchanged over 100 moves, each with their full strength. For a moment, the earth shook and the sky turned dark. Yi Chen, admit defeat. You can't defeat me. Lu Wujian was very confident. In terms of defense, he had 2 layers. In terms of cultivation base, he was already at peak level late Sea of Soul's realm at the age of 32. His Zhen Yuan was much more abundant than Yi Chen's. Therefore, even if Yi Chen could endure the continuous attacks, his Zhen Yuan would be exhausted, and he would lose all of his battle power. The battle hasn't ended yet, so why should I admit defeat? Lu Wujian had 2 layers of defense, and so did Yi Chen. Although the Dragon Bone defense layer was not as powerful as a semi-extreme rank accessory, it was still very powerful. It had helped Yi Chen to offset a lot of the power and saved him from getting hurt. You'll give up sooner or later. Lu Wujian secretly increased his strength, and his true essence flowed like water. The pressure on Yi Chen increased greatly, and he inwardly creased his brows. In terms of endurance, he naturally couldn't compete with Lu Wujian. In any case, the latter had a cultivation base of peak late Sea of Soul's realm, and his Zhen Yuan was 20 to 30% more vigorous than his. Even if the consumption was huge, he should still have 10% Zhen Yuan left. Blood-severing Ghost Finger has more or less reached 20% maturity. Let's cut off a portion of his blood first. Waving the Thunder Disaster Sword with his right hand, Yi Chen released a ripple of light while his left hand slashed toward Lu Wujian. Like a judge's pen, he could judge a person's life and death. It possessed an indescribable boldness, causing others to feel indescribably frightened and panicky. Lu Wujian thought that Yi Chen was going to use finger arts to attack him. He disdainfully smiled and didn't take any measures. With 2 layers of defense, he didn't need to worry at all. However, when Yi Chen's sword finger slashed down, Lu Wujian's expression changed. For some reason, a small portion of his qi and blood had disappeared, as if it had evaporated. This small portion was only 1,000th of his qi and blood. It wasn't much, but anyone would feel uneasy if they discovered that a small portion of their qi and blood had mysteriously disappeared. What kind of finger art is this? Lu Wujian secretly raised his guard. The effect is not bad. This time, I'll be a bit more ruthless. Previously, it was just a test, so Yi Chen didn't use his full strength. Cut! Condensing Zhen Yuan on his sword finger, Yi Chen slashed toward his opponent again. Different from last time, as Yi Chen's sword finger slashed out, a withered white palm shadow appeared within Lu Wujian's protective Zhen Yuan. The white palm reached into Lu Wujian's body and grabbed out a blood light. It then clenched its fist, and the blood light dissipated into nothingness. How dare you cut off my blood and qi? Lu Wujian roared. He was shocked and angry at the same time. His blood and qi had suddenly been reduced by 5%. What kind of concept was this? Only when one was in his best condition could he use his peak battle power. Losing 5% of his blood and qi meant that his condition had instantly deteriorated, and his explosive power had dropped by a level. The people watching the battle exchanged glances. They could also tell that Yi Chen had used a horrifying finger art. It had forcibly cut off a part of Lu Wujian's blood and qi, and used another method to attack Lu Wujian. This is unbelievable. Not to mention Lu Wujian. Even Yi Chen himself had not expected that his blood-severing ghost finger could display such power, cutting off 5% of his opponent's blood and qi. Moreover, that withered white palm shadow was filled with a deathly aura, which was completely out of place in this world. Of course, the blood-severing ghost finger also depended on who it was used on. If it was used on a body-refining expert like Wei Longtao, it would be good if it could cut off 1,000th of his blood and qi. This was not only because Wei Longtao had a lot of blood and qi, but also because of the high density of blood and qi of body-refining experts. Therefore, the blood-severing ghost finger would not be able to cut off too much blood and qi. It would be like cutting an iron board with a small knife. Continue to cut for me. After tasting the sweetness brought by the blood-severing ghost finger, Yi Chen was happy to save some of his strength. His left sword finger slashed in the air, and the withered white palm shadow appeared in Lu Wujian's protective Zhen Yuan for the second time. Get the hell out of here. Lu Wujian's sky sword intent exploded, attacking the white palm shadow wave after wave. The white palm shadow could ignore Zhen Yuan, but it could not ignore the sword intent. Its speed was reduced by a lot all of a sudden. Just as it took out a small portion of blood and qi from Lu Wujian's body, it was washed away by the sword intent, disappearing from Lu Wujian's sight along with the blood and qi. This time, the blood-severing ghost finger had only taken out 1% of the blood and qi, which was much worse than the last time. It turns out that the blood-severing ghost finger consumes soul power as well. Yi Chen suddenly realized that losing a portion of his soul power did not attract his attention at all. It was as if it had merged into the blood-severing ghost finger in a way that he could not understand. Only then did it have all sorts of miraculous effects, such as stealing the enemy's blood and qi out of thin air. Yi Chen, you will pay for this. With half of his blood and qi gone, Lu Wujian was extremely furious. He clenched his left hand into a fist which was shining with a golden light, and threw out a punch towards Yi Chen. Boom! This punch even caused the tornado to show signs of collapsing. The fist might was vast and mighty. It's a secret art. Yi Chen could tell with a single glance that the fist art Lu Wujian had performed was not a profound sense martial art, but a secret art. It was a super powerful art that could compress the fist power by several times, or even 10 times. Void-shattering finger. The sword fingers on his left hand changed as he reached out his index finger. Yi Chen pointed out his finger towards that golden fist, which was shining with a golden light. It was the void-shattering finger that he rarely used. However, this void-shattering finger had obviously reached completion, reaching 100%. Plus, it was the third movement of the void-shattering finger, which was much more powerful than the second movement of Chu Zhongtian's void-shattering finger. The cyan finger power ignored the spatial distance and clashed with the golden fist power. Pop! At the beginning of the clash, it should be the golden fist power that had the upper hand. However, the void-shattering finger was a space-profound martial art which was good at assimilating energy. Although the golden fist power had suppressed it, a lot of its power had been assimilated and it was gradually weakened. Under this kind of situation, the cyan finger power and the golden fist power had both perished. Up until now, both of them had almost used all of their trump cards, but neither of them could do anything to the other. Although Yi Chen's blood-severing ghost finger was powerful, it consumed a lot of soul power, so it could not be used frequently. Plus, Lu Wujin's Sky Sword Intent had reached rank 5. If he was prepared, the effect of the blood-severing ghost finger would be minimal. Unless he could improve it further, it would not have much of an effect. Knowing that other attacks would not be able to do anything to the other, the two continued to exchange attacks. The situation had instantly reached its climax. The roaring tornado had sucked up all the water in the 9-Dragon Lake, bringing it up into the sky before falling down again, causing a heavy rain to fall from the 9-Dragon Mountain. I don't believe that you can block many of my attacks. Gnashing his teeth, Lu Wujin dashed towards Yi Chen, shortening the distance between them and increasing the effect of his attacks. Unexpectedly, Yi Chen did not choose to keep the distance. Instead, he dashed towards his opponent, waving his sword over and over again. It's close combat now. I'm afraid the winner will be decided soon. Everyone held their breaths. Boom, boom, boom. As the distance got closer, the effect of the attacks was not just a little bit stronger, but doubled or tripled. Both of their defenses seemed to be unable to handle it, and their blood and qi started to churn. Lu Wujin used all of his power and threw out a sword attack. A blood-colored ocean and endless blood-colored sword shadows attacked towards Yi Chen. Yi Chen's gold hurricane was not as powerful as his opponent's, but it was much more condensed. At such a close distance, the ripple of light pierced through the blood-colored world and hit Lu Wujin's protective Zhen Yuan. On the other hand, he had also been hit by the blood-colored sword shadows countless times. With a muffled snort, both of them were blown back for miles. Again, the two of them did not care about anything else as they continued to attack without any defense. They only hoped that their attacks could land on their opponent's body. As for whether they would be hit or not, it did not matter at all. Boom! Within a blink of an eye, Lu Wujin had been hit by 3 sword attacks, while Yi Chen had been hit by 2. Lu Wujin let out a fishy smell from his throat, while Yi Chen's face had turned a lot paler. Although Lu Wujin's defense was very high, he could not handle countless attacks. However, Yi Chen was able to handle his attacks, which surprised him greatly. However, when he saw the white bone layer on Yi Chen's palm, he realized that the latter must have used some kind of secret art to increase his physical defense. Let's see how long you can last. Lu Wujin continued to fight with Yi Chen. However, as time passed, Lu Wujin was horrified to discover that he was starting to feel like he couldn't hold on much longer. On the other hand, Yi Chen was still as brave as ever. It was as if the countless small injuries he had accumulated didn't affect him in the slightest, and had long since healed. How is this possible? Lu Wujin could not understand it at all. As for the people who were watching the battle, they were already numb to it. Chapter 711, Chu Zhongtian was one of them. The reason he was able to notice this detail was mainly because of his high defense. Therefore, he paid a lot of attention to it. However, he realized that no matter if it was Lu Wujin or Yi Chun, their endurance was way beyond his. Lu Wujin was still fine, since he had a semi-extreme rank armor and accessories, and his cultivation base was also at peak level late sea of Soul's realm. His protective Zhenyuan was extremely powerful, but Yi Chun only had a semi-extreme rank armor, and his cultivation base was also at peak level mid-sea of Soul's realm. Even if he had a secret art to increase his defense should still be weaker than Lu Wujin's. However, judging from the current situation, Yi Chen's endurance was way beyond Lu Wujin's. Lu Wujin was almost at his limit, while Yi Chen was still as powerful as ever. Even if I have a semi-extreme rank armor, I don't think I can win against him. For the school to be able to get a semi-extreme rank armor for Chu Zhongtian, it had already cost a lot of manpower and resources. Semi-extreme rank armor was extremely rare, and one might not be able to buy it even if one had spirit stones. Only those super auctions with countless treasures would have a chance. Therefore, the inner armor Chu Zhongtian was wearing was only atop of the upper rank armor. If he had a semi-extreme rank armor, Gulai would not have been able to wound him at all. Although it was only a light wound, it would not be a big deal. However, even if he had a semi-extreme rank armor and had the same power as Yi Chun, Chu Zhongtian did not have the confidence to exchange hundreds of attacks with Yi Chun. Lu Wujin was an example. Yi Chen's trump cards were far more than what they showed on the surface. If one thought that Yi Chun only had power, then one would be wrong. His scariness was in all aspects, and he had no weakness at all. If he wanted to attack, he had it, and if he wanted to defend, he had it. Even his recovery ability was a level higher than others. The more Lu Wujin fought, the more frightened and desperate he became. Yi Chen's ferocious performance was not fake, and it could be seen from his abundant essence qi. On the other hand, Lu Wujin had used up a lot of his essence qi. His whole body was aching, and even his bones were groaning. I can't go on like this. He still has at least 30% Zhenyuan left. If he takes some Zhenyuan replenishing pellets, it would not be a problem for him to recover to 40%. I cannot outlast him. Lu Wujin's expression was gloomy as he thought to himself. Unfortunately, he had still underestimated Yi Chun. Yi Chun had a whole bottle of semi-extreme rank pellets on him, which were enough to recover his Zhenyuan to 100%. Of course, one pellet would be one less, and Yi Chun would not use them on Lu Wujin. After all, he still had a Dragon God medal, which stored 30% of his Zhenyuan, which would allow him to recover to 60%. He did not need to worry about running out of Zhenyuan at all. Boom. After another exchange, Lu Wujin felt a sweetness in his throat. He could not help but spurt out a mouthful of blood, but he forcefully suppressed it. Increase the distance. Lu Wujin did not want to exchange another attack with Yi Chun at such a close distance. He was sure that he would definitely spurt out blood and suffer from severe injuries. Shoo! As his figure turned, Lu Wujin retreated in a curve. Each time he reached a turning point, he would leave behind a clear human figure. However, this figure would not even last for a second before it would be pierced through by the light ripple, disappearing into thin air. It would almost injure Lu Wujin's body. Such a marvelous movement art. Yi Chun could tell that Lu Wujin would be able to increase his speed at each turning point and escape first, causing his attack to miss. This way, there was no pattern at all. unless he could determine the opponent's retreating route and speed. However, even if he could, it would be useless, since his attack speed would only be slightly faster than the opponent's retreating speed, and he would not be able to catch it unless he used his defensive sword art. Let's see what's going on first. To be honest, Yi Chen did not want to expose his defensive sword art until the last moment. Lu Wujin was the only one who could be evenly matched with him, which was something that even Duguju could not compare with. Yi Chen had a premonition that his opponent might have a trump card that he would not expose easily, just like him. Yi Chen's guess was right. Lu Wujin did have a trump card, but he would not use it unless it was the most crucial moment. Firstly, there was no opponent worthy of him using his trump card. Secondly, once his trump card was exposed, it would no longer be a trump card. All his strength would be deduced by others, and there would be no secrets to speak of. This was not what Lu Wujin wanted to see. But now, he had no choice but to use his trump card. Yi Chen's strength was beyond his expectations. If he continued to fight, the possibility of him losing was very high. He could not tolerate losing to Yi Chen. Therefore, he had to expose his trump card. There was no other choice. After retreating for about 10 miles, Lu Wujin stopped and stood steadily at the edge of the hurricane. Seeing that Yi Chen did not chase after him, Lu Wujin took a few rapid breaths, suppressing his boiling qi and blood and chaotic Shen Yuan. Yi Chen, you should be honored. You are the first person in many years who could force me to use my strongest trump card. No one else is worthy. Lu Wujin said in shock. What? Lu Wujin still has a trump card. Is he going to let us live? This is too exaggerated. The previous battles were already earth-shattering. Now that he has used his strongest trump card, it would be even worse. This time, Yi Chen is in danger. His trump card is not as good as his. When two people with similar strength could not decide the winner, they could only use their trump cards to decide the winner. It could be said that the trump card was every warrior's last resort, and they could not afford to lose it. This was also the reason why they would not easily expose their trump cards. Once they were exposed, there would be no more secrets left. Lu Wujin still has a trump card. Does Yi Chen have a trump card? Could it be the defensive sword art? Situ Hao looked at Yi Chen. It's not possible. Even if Yi Chen had trained the defensive sword art to the 3rd level, it would not be that powerful. His previous strength had already surpassed the 3rd level of the defensive sword art. Unless he could train to the legendary 72 simultaneous swords realm, but the time is too short. Within 2 years, it would be impossible for him to train to the 72 simultaneous swords realm. In history, that legendary swordsman who had reached this realm had spent dozens of years to do so. What could he do in 2 years? He subconsciously thought that Yi Chen's trump card was the defensive sword art. But after thinking about it, he felt that the 3rd level of the defensive sword art was not very useful. The two's battle strength was too high, and the defensive sword art was not useful at all. You should be honored that you could last until now. Next, I will use my trump card to fight against yours. With Lu Wujin's current strength, he naturally could not force Yi Chen to use the defensive sword art. However, once the opponent showed his trump card, Yi Chen would have to use it. He did not think that the opponent's trump card was not threatening at all. It might have the power to wound him badly. Yi Chen also has a trump card. Everyone was dumbfounded, and they could not say a word. No matter who won or lost, everyone was convinced by Yi Chen. The battle strength that Yi Chen had shown was definitely at the level of a swordmaster. It could be said that some people had doubted Yi Chen's title of swordmaster before. After all, it was made up by the Knowledge Pavilion, and it was different from seeing it with their own eyes. But now, they did not doubt it at all. On the contrary, if someone doubted it, they would definitely refute it. The title of swordmaster in the continent belonged to Yi Chen. Phew, Duguju let out a long breath, and his tense nerves relaxed. I am not a match for them now. There is no need to fight. Not knowing that the two still had trump cards, although Duguju did not think that he would win, he still had a chance. Yichun, do not disappoint me. Between Lu Wujin and Yichun, Duguju would naturally lean towards Yichun. After all, Yichun was also a sword artist of the continent, while Lu Wujin was from the West Ocean. The purpose of this trip was to beat all of the martial geniuses of the continent and look down on all of them. Lu Wujin's expression changed, and he looked serious again. All right, I did not expect that you would be like me, still having trump cards. But once I use my secret sword, even I will not be able to control myself. By then, I might kill you. Don't blame me for being cruel. Lu Wujin was not lying. He indeed could not control his secret sword completely. Most importantly, Yichun was too powerful. He was afraid that if he held back, he might lose. Don't worry. Once I use my defensive sword spell, I might be able to kill you as well. Let's fight with everything we have. Yichun put away his thunder disaster sword, and there was no sword in his hands. Is it really the defensive sword spell? Sidu Hao's eyes were wide open as he stared at Yichun. He would like to see how different Yichun's defensive sword spell was from his. The two top sword masters stood in the air, facing each other. Outside, the tornado was still roaring. One was quiet, while the other was moving. The whole world seemed to have stopped. Boom, boom. The two rushed toward each other at the same time. That horrifying chi explosion was something that even the tornado could not cover up. Secret sword, 3 sky sword chi. Defensive sword spell, 3 sword attacks. It was unknown if it was a coincidence, but the two super powerful killing attacks were all related to the word 3. Lu Wujin's 3 sky sword chi was 3 different colored sword chi, green, blue, and red. Each of them contained a different profound. The green sword chi contained the profound of wind, the blue one contained the profound of water, and the red one contained the profound of blood. Do not look down on these 3 sword chi, as they were not only profound martial arts, but also secret arts. Normally, secret arts would not contain pure profound. Once they did, their power would increase exponentially. The 3 different colored sword chi attacked toward Yichun, full of killing power. At the same time, the gold sword on Yichun's back had also taken out of its scabbard. It shook in the air and split into 2 Zhenyuan gold swords. 3 gold swords shot out toward the 3 sword chi. Pooh! Pooh! The green sword chi and the red sword chi exploded and were shattered by the Zhenyuan gold sword. The blue sword chi in the middle could not even withstand a single attack from the original gold sword. It turned into a wisp of blue smoke and disappeared without even making a sound. What? Not good. Lu Wujin's eyes popped out. The 3 sky sword chi that he had been so confident in had been destroyed by Yichun's 3 sword attacks. How could he not be shocked? Without any other thoughts, Lu Wujin's next thought was to focus on defense. He did not believe that his 2 layers of defense would not be able to block out the 3 sword attacks that had been weakened by a lot. Lu Wujin's 2 layers of defense were indeed extremely powerful. After breaking through the semi-extreme rank accessories dark blue layer, the Zhenyuan gold sword disappeared. However, the original gold sword's power was 3 times that of the Zhenyuan gold sword, which was way more powerful. Swoosh! The first layer of defense had been pierced through, and so had the second layer. The original gold sword turned into a beam of gold light, shooting toward Lu Wujin's neck. At the moment of life and death, Lu Wujin's neck twisted, and the gold sword brushed past it without touching him at all. But in the next second, a huge amount of blood poured out of his neck. His main artery had been cut open by the sword chi, and the blood would not stop flowing out. Yi Chen's defensive sword spell had already reached beyond the Sea of Soul's realm. Chapter 7:12. The gold light flashed, and blood shot out like a fountain. It was breathtaking, and the killing intent was overwhelming. Yi Chen's three-sword attack had sent chills down everyone's spines. Lu Wujian's three-sky sword chi was already powerful enough to kill most of the top master-level warriors within seconds. Even Duguju would be severely wounded if he were to fight against it. However, the three-sky sword chi was even more powerful. Yi Chen's three-sword attacks were way more powerful than the three-sky sword chi. With just one touch, Lu Wujian had been wounded like never before. Gu Lai and the lady in colorful clothes were shocked. From the beginning to the end, they had never thought that Lu Wujian would lose. It was hard for them to accept this. Hiss! Impossible! I have also reached the realm of three sword attacks. Why is there such a huge difference? Situ Hao's eyeballs popped out. Without using his sword intent, Situ Hao thought that Yi Chen's three sword attacks would not be that much more powerful than his. Perhaps Yi Chen might not even be as skilled as him. However, right now, Yi Chen's three sword attacks had thrown him dozens of streets away. Even if his opponent's sword intent was way more powerful than his, it should not be this powerful. Soul power? Yes, it was soul power. Situ Hao suddenly realized that Yi Chen must be a soul power warrior. If Chu Zhongtian was the most powerful body, then Yi Chen might be the most powerful soul. Otherwise, there would be no other explanation for the horrifying defensive sword spell. The defensive sword spell required the control of soul power. Smiling bitterly, Situ Hao suddenly felt a bit regretful. No wonder his opponent was willing to exchange the defensive sword spell with him. It turned out that he was a soul power warrior. For soul power warriors, the defensive sword spell was created for them, which made it invaluable. However, after thinking about it for a while, Situ Hao felt better. So what if he did not give the defensive sword spell to Yi Chen? It would still be hard for him to catch up to him. If that was the case, he might as well enjoy it. At least, he had gotten 6 dragon blood plants, which had increased his strength by 300,000 pounds. He now had the same power as a body-training warrior. Besides that, the spiritual sword had also helped him understand the fast profound, which would be very useful for his future growth. Lu Wujian lost. So it turns out that Yi Chen's last ace card is the same as Situ Hao's, the defensive sword art. A powerful warrior is indeed a powerful warrior. Although the defensive sword art in Situ Hao's hands is also powerful, it is still not as powerful as Yi Chen's. Yi Chen is indeed a sword master. Whatever it is in his hands, it will explode with a bright light. That's for sure. Looking back at Yi Chen's path of advancement, it was absolutely astonishing. He overcame all obstacles along the way, won every battle, and never suffered a single defeat until he reached the top. Such a terrifying speed of improvement is probably rare even in the early period of the Near Ancient era. After the exclamation, everyone had already regarded Yi Chen as a legendary figure. Chi. Blood was still pouring out of the wound on Lu Wujian's neck. A lot of people were wondering if he would die at this rate. Of course, if it were an ordinary martial artist, he would have died long ago. However, after cultivating to the Sea of Soul realm and condensing a spirit body, the blood density of an ordinary Sea of Soul realm expert was many times higher than an ordinary martial artist. Without any exaggeration, the blood of an ordinary Sea of Soul realm expert could fill several water jars, not to mention an expert like Lu Wujian. Bastard, with a deathly pale complexion, Lu Wujian swiped his neck with his left hand, immediately closing the wound. However, the next moment it split open again, and blood continued to spurt out. The cause of all this was the remnant sword chi of the golden sword. This sword chi contained the destruction sword intent, which didn't dissipate for a long time. It seemed as if it wouldn't rest until its target was destroyed. Break! Biting on the tip of his tongue, Lu Wujin yelled with an evil look on his face. Who? The sky sword intent poured out, clashing with the destructive sword intent. Although the destructive sword intent was powerful, it was still rootless after all. It could not last for long, and was soon removed. Once the destructive sword intent disappeared, the wound on Lu Wujin's neck started to close up, and blood stopped pouring out. Everyone was not surprised that Lu Wujin was still alive, since Sea of Souls realm warriors had a very powerful life force. Cutting off the main artery sounded horrifying, but it would only make the warrior die from blood loss. If the bleeding could be stopped, then the warrior would not die for sure. Yichen did not continue to attack. If he really wanted to kill the latter, he would not have waited until now. Yichen! With the wound on his neck closed up, Lu Wujin's expression looked extremely cold. Before running into Yichen, he had never been defeated before. He had always won with ease. This time, he had even used his 3 sky sword chi, but still lost to Yichen. Yichen had broken his undefeated record. While he was alarmed, he was also extremely angry and unwilling. Do you still want to fight? Yichen's expression was indifferent. Back in White Cloud Restaurant, it was mostly the multicolor-robed woman who provoked him. Therefore, he could remain calm. It was best that Murong Qingcheng had helped him deal with the trouble. Not being angry didn't mean that he would remain indifferent. His counterattack was not something that ordinary people could endure. His attack was like a clap of thunder, leaving the opponent with an unforgettable memory. Humph! Lu Wujin coldly snorted. He naturally wouldn't continue fighting. Not to mention whether he was Yi Chen's opponent or not, he only had 30% of his battle power left. His condition was unprecedentedly low. The mountains will not change, and the rivers will flow forever. You can be proud for a moment, but not for a lifetime. The path ahead of me is still very long. At that time, I'll make you pay the price. Lu Wujin was already at the peak of late Sea of Soul realm. He never doubted that he would be unable to step into half-step king realm. Once he did, his strength would increase by several folds. Ordinary half-step kings would not be his opponent, not to mention Yichen. After all, Yichen's cultivation base was only at the peak of mid-Sea of Soul realm, far from half-step king realm. Wait until you become a half-step king. Words won't help you improve. Yichen's expression didn't change. By the time his opponent became a half-step king, his cultivation base would also be at the peak of late Sea of Soul realm. Experiencing the state of being one with the world would allow his profound to advance by leaps and bounds, and he might even be able to cultivate Golden Hurricane to greater completion. Although his soul power wouldn't increase after entering late Sea of Soul realm, and thus wouldn't be able to directly increase the offensive power of sword control art. The might of sword control art had only just begun. Later, there would be 5 swords, 7 swords, 9 swords, 49 swords, 81 swords, and even the supreme 100 swords. At that time, even he himself couldn't estimate how much his strength would grow. Let's go. Lu Wujin knew that it was useless to say anything at this moment. A loss was a loss. Only by defeating the opponent in the future could he redeem his dignity. Let's go. Gu Lai let out a deep breath and fearfully glanced at Yi Chun before leaving with the multicolor-robed woman, chasing after Lu Wujin. Before leaving, the multicolor-robed woman was somewhat apprehensive, fearing that Yi Chun would look for trouble with her. This person was too frightening. Once the 3 left, Yi Chun slightly calmed his blood and chi, and recalled the previous battle. Without a doubt, Lu Wujin's strength was extremely astonishing. Without using sword control art, He could only rely on his undying body to suppress his opponent and slowly exhaust him to death. As his cultivation base increased, he increasingly felt the reliability of the undying body. Although the undying body couldn't directly increase his strength, it was much better than directly increasing his strength. Even if his opponent was stronger than him, he wouldn't need to be afraid. If they were to truly fight to the death, the victor and the loser were still unknown. Unfortunately, he still couldn't comprehend the second layer of the undying body, limb regrowth. Once he comprehended it, as long as his head was fine, the rest of his body could rapidly regrow. His survivability would increase tenfold, and even if he encountered an opponent he couldn't match, he would have a high chance of escaping with his life. However, he wasn't anxious. He had a premonition that once he broke through to late sea of soul realm, he would have the qualifications to comprehend limb regrowth. In the boundless void, there was no sign of life. At the far end of the void, a colossus was rapidly approaching. From a close distance, this colossus seemed like a small plane. Its periphery was slightly transparent, and one could vaguely see the mountains and rivers inside, as well as the huge building at the center. The small plane's speed was extremely fast, and it was followed by a row of gray chi waves. As the chi waves surged, even the spatial power in the void was pushed aside. Even if a half-step king were careless and brushed by the gray chi waves, they would turn into ashes, leaving not even a corpse behind. According to the direction and speed of the small plane, it would arrive in the sky of Sky Marshall region in about a month. As the small plane approached, the finger hole left behind by Four Extreme's great emperor flickered, seemingly sensing an invisible aura. A subtle connection was established between the two. At the border of North Sea and True Spirit Continent, a figure was rapidly approaching. Wherever it went, it left behind runes condensed from Zhanyuan, flickering and flickering, looking extremely mysterious. Swish! The figure suddenly stopped moving and stood in the void. This was a young man with a jade-like complexion, sword-like eyebrows, and starry eyes. In between his eyebrows, there was a glazed rune. This rune wasn't just for show. It allowed the young man to have an unfathomable connection with the world, as if he was one with the world. I've arrived at True Spirit Continent. This is my first time here. The young man's gaze swept through the surroundings. The surrounding islands and seawater were no secret to him. His gaze seemed to be able to see through everything. Courting death. His gaze slightly paused, and the young man sneered. Kill. Hundreds of martial artists flew over from all directions. The lowest realm was at the astral-reaching realm, while the highest was at the peak of late sea of soul realm. This was a gang force. To be more precise, it was the biggest pirate force at the border between North Ocean and True Spirit Continent. They specialized in killing passing experts and robbing their wealth. Encountering them, even a peak master would have to flee in panic, not daring to face them head-on. Another fat sheep has arrived. The leader of the pirates was an ugly man with a full beard. This month, they had already killed 7 or 8 Sea of Soul Realm experts. The strongest among them was a Sea of Soul master who had a bit of fame in the continent. However, if they ran into the black murder bandits, they would only be dead. Kill for me. Without saying any nonsense, the black slaughter bandits waved their hands, ordering their subordinates to attack together and kill the other party. Courting death. A cold light flickered in the young man's eyes. With a slap of his hand, a glazed palm energy condensed into a twisting rune, bombarding the group on the right. Puchi, the might of the palm energy turned into a rune, was too powerful. At least 30 to 40 people were turned into flesh and blood, their bodies igniting and turning into ashes. So powerful. The black slaughter bandit's pupils shrank. While he was in a daze, The young man had killed more than 200 black slaughter bandits in succession. As for the black slaughter bandits' attacks, they couldn't even touch his body, as they were all evaded by an unfathomable movement skill. There's a troublesome opponent. Retreat. As the black slaughter bandit spoke, he had already turned around to flee. You think you can escape? With a few flickers, the young man caught up to the black slaughter bandit's back. Extending his palm, he easily shattered the bandit's protective genuine and grabbed his head. Mercy! The black slaughter bandit's face turned pale. Pucci! The young man's 5 fingers tightened. Starting from the bandit's head, a glazed flame ignited and soon turned him into ashes. Chapter 7:13. Run! When the remaining members of the Black Murder Bandits saw that even their leader had been killed, how could they not understand that this young man was no lamb to be slaughtered? Instead, he was a ferocious beast, a man-eating ferocious beast. Trying to rob and kill him would be akin to courting death. Each and every one of them wished that their parents had given them an extra pair of legs as they fled for their lives. Lowly ants. The young man didn't chase. These people were not worth chasing. Collecting the black slaughter bandit chief's storage ring, the youngster casually threw it into his own storage ring and looked in the direction of the true spirit continent. I've been in the North Sea for a long time, but I've only been to the deep sea behind the North Sea. I wonder if there's anyone on this true spirit continent who can withstand 10 moves from me. After standing still for a while, a colorful symbol appeared around the young man's body. The symbol rotated slightly, carrying him as he shot out like a flickering light. Too frightening. As soon as the young man left, 2 Sea of Soul realm experts appeared 100 li away. They were originally scared, afraid of being attacked by the black slaughter bandits. But who would have thought that they would personally witness the destruction of the black slaughter bandits? And the one who did it was a very young man. This person's strength is world-shaking. I'm afraid he is the strongest below Half-Step King. I don't know where he came from. I've never seen him before. Elysium is full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Moreover, we're facing a great era. There are many more geniuses and opportunities than before. Although the 2 of us have already passed the age of rapid growth, it doesn't mean that we don't have any opportunities. On the contrary, this is our chance. You're right. The great era is our chance. It had only been a week since the battle in the 9-Dragon Lake, but Yi Chen's name of Sword Master had spread throughout the whole Sky Martial region, adding on his previous fame. The current Yi Chen was like the sun in the sky. Some of the martial schools even used Yi Chen as a role model for their disciples. Just like before, everyone said that Xianhe was the #1 martial genius in 1,000 years. Right now, Yi Chen seemed to be able to inherit that title. Of course, it was only a trend. As long as Yi Chen did not reach the life and death realm, he would not be able to compete with Xianhe. Since the ancient times, countless martial geniuses had stopped at the Sea of Souls realm and Half-Step King realm. No one could be sure that Yi Chen would be able to become a life and death realm warrior. All they could say was that he had the most potential. Yi Chen was way too powerful, so the pavilion did not have to wait for the next month to announce him as the #1 warrior of this year's master-level warrior ranking. Plus, the introduction had already been written out, which would be Sword Master Yi Chen or something like that. It would be the same as confirming Yi Chen's identity as the Sword Master, instead of just giving him the title. Adding this year's ranking, Yi Chen had occupied the first rank for 3 consecutive years. His position was as stable as a mountain, unshakable. After renting a luxurious yard in a nearby city, Yi Chen and Murong Qingqing settled in. There were mountains and rivers in the yard, which was very spacious. Beside the green water, Yi Chen was training his defensive sword spell. After battling with Lu Wujian, Yi Chun had revealed his last ace attack, which was almost no secret at all. It was not what he wanted. Right now, the most urgent thing was to train his defensive sword spell's 3-sword attack to the 5-sword attack realm, which would stabilize his ace attack a little bit. Shoo! 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 Above the green water, 3 beams of gold light were flying around. Occasionally, 5 shadows could be seen, which was a sign that the 3-sword attack was about to reach the 5-sword attack realm. Once it reached the 5-sword attack realm, although the pure attacking power would not increase that much, the battling power would increase by at least 5 to 10%. For example, Lu Wujian's 3 sky sword chi was 3 beams of sword chi. If he used 3 sword attacks at the same time, he would not be able to do anything to his opponent. But it would be different with the 5-sword attack realm, which would have 2 more attacks than his opponent. In the end, it was just a matter of quantity and quality. If there was enough quality, then there would be quantity. If there was enough quantity, then there would be quality. Both were very important, and it would be best to have the best of both worlds. However, the imperial sword technique was getting more and more difficult to cultivate. Although the 3 simultaneous swords and the 5 simultaneous swords did not seem to have much of a difference, it had already been 2 to 3 months. Furthermore, he had yet to succeed in cultivating it. It would probably take a long time for him to cultivate the 7 simultaneous swords and the 9 simultaneous swords. Of course, if he reached the late Sea of Souls realm, it would be a lot easier. After all, training the defensive sword spell required a lot of comprehension, as well as Zhenyuan realm. With a high Zhenyuan realm, it would be easier to improve. If he reached the life and death realm, he would be able to train 49 sword attacks in 1 day. Yi Chun believed that. A couple of days passed in a flash, and Yi Chun had new insights every day. He felt that it was getting smoother and smoother, as if everything was going smoothly. Go! Pointing out his sword finger, Yi Chun yelled with a low voice. Chin! 3 beams of gold light shot out. For a split second, they split into 5 beams, but then shrank back into 3. Almost there. Yi Chun was very clear that he did not need to train hard anymore. The 5-sword attack realm was definitely going to happen. Boom! There was an ancient mountain range in the Sky Martial region. On this day, an earth-shattering sound was heard in the sky above the Savage Mountain range. After that, it was followed by lightning, thunder, wind, and fire, as well as hailstones and snowflakes. Do not look down on these strange phenomena. The lightning was not normal lightning, but the void lightning created by the friction of the space power. The windstorm was the void wind, and the fire was the void fire. Meanwhile, the hailstones and snowflakes were also tainted with the void power. All of these powers could turn a huge amount of half-step king warriors into ashes. Normal life and death realm warriors would also suffer from serious internal injuries if they were hit by it, which would cost their cultivation. Along with the appearance of the strange phenomenon, a huge vibration spread out in all directions with the Sky Martial region as the center. The sky, the lake, and the ground were all channels for the vibration. It would be hard not to feel it. The speed of the vibration could no longer be described as the speed of sound. It could travel hundreds of thousands of miles within a second, and the ground was shaking like there was an earthquake. What is happening? What is happening? Earthquake! All of a sudden, every city, every town, every village, every lone traveler in the wild, and every powerful warrior who was training in seclusion, everyone could feel that the ground was shaking violently, and the air was vibrating intensely. Waves of wind were blowing everywhere. This vibration is not normal. A powerful warrior walked out of his seclusion and came outside. He closed his eyes and tried to sense the source of the vibration, but he realized that the source was very far away, and he could not sense it at all. Mysterious martial school. Beside the floating mountain, a young lady lifted up her head and looked in the direction of the mountain range. Her eyes seemed to be able to see through layers of surreal space and see the end of the world. Looking back, the young lady reached out her hand and caught a strand of space power. She sensed it carefully and mumbled to herself, "This is the violent space power caused by a small plane crashing into the space wall. It should be a moving forbidden place appearing. Oh well, I will send phone to check it out first." Inside the surreal door, in the depths of the surreal palace, a middle-aged man, wearing luxurious clothes and a golden crown, opened his eyes. His eyes seemed to contain pieces of surreal space, devouring the heaven and earth. A horrifying scene happened. His pupils slightly shrank, and the surreal space of this world suddenly shrunk. The scenery hundreds of thousands of li away flashed through his eyes. 1,000,000 li, 2,000,000 li, 9,000,000 li. The situation of the savage mountain range fell into his eyes. The forbidden place has appeared. This strand of chi is the Emperor Chi of Four Extremes Emperor. Four Extremes Emperor was famous throughout the ages. His Emperor Chi was unique and could not be mistaken. Zuner's fortune is here. Those old guys should show up now, right? His pupils returning to normal, the luxuriously clothed man's eyes flickered, as if he was calculating something. Something that could make him calculate was definitely not something a Sea of Souls realm warrior could stop. Only kings at the same realm could stop him. Evil King Pavilion, Back Mountain, Ancient Temple, a young man with long and narrow eyebrows walked out. "Ha! I haven't fought for dozens of years. I wonder how much those guys have improved. Yen Qingxian, you won against me last time, but it might not be the same this time." As the young man walked out, the plants around the ancient temple started to grow strangely. They were filled with evil chi, as if they had turned into monsters. At the end of the eastern sea, there was a space full of holes. Some were big, some were small, some were flat, and some were round. They were constantly changing, and from time to time, a horrifying, surreal turbulence would shoot out, as if a huge piece of cheese had been imprinted in the surreal space. In the depths of the space, a white-haired old man sat cross-legged with his eyes closed. There was no sign of him waking up. However, the death chi on his body was gradually decreasing, and his vitality was increasing. He no longer looked like a rotten tree, but an old tree in the spring. At the same time, all the kings in the Sky Martial region felt it. Their eyes flickered as they calculated with different expressions. As for the kings outside the Sky Martial region, they did not feel anything. 5 swords at the same time. Yi Chun had felt a huge shock a couple of days ago as well. However, he was patient and did not pay attention to it. Right now, the most important thing was to train the defensive sword spell to the level of 5 swords at the same time. Everything else was secondary. Chin, Yi Chun pointed out with his right hand, and the gold sword turned into a beam of golden light shooting out of its scabbard. The sword chi was unstoppable, and the surreal space shook a little. The gold sword split into 3 and paused for a second. Then, the Zhenyuan gold swords on the 2 sides also split into 2. 5 swords at the same time. Yi Chun had finally trained it to the level of 5 swords at the same time. Although it was still a bit rough, he had succeeded in the end. "Go," he pointed out with his finger, and the 5 beams of golden light pierced through the broken top rank shield in front of him, leaving 5 sword holes on it with smoke rising out of it. It was not over yet. Under the guidance of Yi Chen's soul power, the 5 beams of golden light spread out, dancing and piercing in the air. Each of the swords looked like they were controlled by a powerful sword user. It was impossible to tell that they were made by one person at all, which was quite shocking. "Come back!" The 5 swords merged into one, and the gold sword was inserted back into the scabbard on Yi Chen's back. I have trained the 5 swords at the same time. I wonder what Murong Qingcheng has found out. The shock was not normal. Yichen did not go out to ask for information, but Murong Qingcheng did. Chapter 714. Right at the edge of the Sky Martial region, there was a rank 6 martial institution called the Red Cloud Martial School. The leader of the school was a famous master level C of Souls realm warrior. His red cloud palm art was extremely hot and brutal. Normal Sea of Souls realm warriors would be burned into ashes after taking one palm attack from him. A couple of days ago, a huge vibration was heard from the deep end of the Savage Mountains. He made a quick decision and sent out 1/3 of the elite warriors to search for the source of the vibration. He himself did not stay idle either. He gathered half of the powerful warriors in the school and gave each of them valuable pellets and a couple of thunder fire bombs. Once the news arrived, they would leave immediately. Leader! Outside the Crimson Firmament Hall, a person hurriedly walked in. How is it? What news? Master Red Cloud's eyes shone brightly. It was the master he had sent out to search for the source of the vibration. Sect Master, our Scarlet Firmament Gate's luck has come. In the depths of the Savage Mountain Range, there is a huge moving forbidden area. The moving forbidden area collided with the spatial barrier and stopped, revealing a gap. The heaven and earth yuan qi inside is incomparably dense, and there are spirit herbs and spirit trees everywhere. There are spiritual herbs and spiritual trees everywhere. Master Red Cloud gasped. The moving forbidden place was huge. Obviously, the spirit plants and trees were just side effects, but it was still shocking enough. Good. Luck has come, and you can't stop it. You take us to the source of the vibration. Once it is done, we will try our best to help you reach Late Sea of Souls realm. You will be rewarded as well. Yes, thank you, leader. The man looked excited. He had been stuck at peak level, mid-Sea of Souls realm for decades. He had been affected by his potential and comprehensive ability. If he wanted to reach Late Sea of Souls realm, it would take him at least a few decades of hard work. But with the full support of the Red Cloud Martial School, it would not be hard for him to reach Late Sea of Souls realm. The Savage Mountain Range was not big, and it could not be compared to the Savage Mountain Range of the Northern Sector. It was only a small part of the primordial Savage Mountain Range, but the experts of the Scarlet Heaven sect still spent 3 days to reach the depths of the Savage Mountain Range. Raising their heads, everyone saw a shocking scene. Unbeknownst to them, a huge gap had appeared in the sky several hundred meters above them. This gap was polygonal in shape, with the widest part being over 100 meters and the narrowest part being 7 to 8 meters. The edges of the gap were filled with cracks, imprinted in the air. Below the gap was a huge pit that stretched for an unknown distance, and at the edge of the pit were cracked crystals of various colors. Looking into the gap, Master Qi Zhao's breathing suddenly became rapid. Rich natural energy was constantly gushing out from the gap. Inside the gap, different kinds of spirit grasses were growing everywhere. Every few meters, there would be a towering tree. These towering trees were shining brightly, and the fruits on the branches were surrounded by colorful airflows. It wasn't hard to imagine what kind of energy these fruit trees contained. Low grade, middle grade, they are everywhere. There must be high-grade spirit herbs and spirit trees in the deeper parts. This is the fortune of our Crimson Firmament clan. Master Qi Zhao laughed out loud, not to mention the treasures inside the moving forbidden place. Just these spirit herbs and spirit trees would be able to increase the overall power of the Crimson Firmament Martial School to another level. Those spirit herbs could be planted in the medicine garden, and the spirit trees would be able to bear fruits every few years. It would definitely be a huge fortune. Everyone, don't act recklessly. Let me try it out. Master Qi Shao was the leader of the martial school after all, so he did not let the wealth go to his head. He took out a low-rank great weapon from his storage ring and threw it into the gap. Shoo! The low-rank great weapon turned into a beam of light and smoothly entered the gap. "Leader, there is no danger." The master next to him said, happily. Master Qi Shao said, "No rush, let's try again." He threw out another low-rank great weapon, but it barely touched the edge of the gap. Swoosh! A crystal-clear thunder light flashed through, and the low-rank great weapon turned into ashes. Taking a deep breath, Master Qi Shao said emotionally, "Everyone, follow me in. Remember, don't go near the edge of the gap. Try to go in from the center." Obviously, the energy around the gap was too concentrated. Once something approached, it would sense it and destroy it. "Let's go." Master Qi Shao took the lead and flew into the gap. The protective zhen, yuan around his body, was a fiery red, like a red crystal protective layer. The others followed closely behind. Although he knew that there was no danger in the center of the gap, Master Qi Shao was still very careful. His protective zhen yuan had protected him perfectly. The 1,000 meters distance was covered within a second, and he was about to enter through the gap. Right at this moment, boom, boom, the gap, which had no reaction before, started to shake violently. Beams of crystal-clear lightning, flames, and tornadoes shot out from the edge of the gap, interweaving into a perfect fire net. All of the people from the Red Cloud Martial School were caught in the net. "Back out!" Master Qi Zhao's face turned pale as he yelled. Unfortunately, it was too late. The fire net had turned all of the powerful warriors he had brought into ashes, and even he puked out a few mouthfuls of blood. Bastard! Master Qi Zhao's eyes were bloodshot. Those were half of the powerful warriors from the Red Cloud Martial School, but they had all been turned into ashes within a second. After this battle, the Red Cloud Martial School's power had shrunk by half, turning from a top-rank 6 martial school to a mid-rank 6 martial school. And this was only because of him. Boom, boom. Lightning, fire, and tornadoes landed on his protective zhen yuan, making him look like he had been struck by lightning. Blood started to flow out of all of his orifices. "No, I cannot die. As long as I do not die and find enough treasures in the Forbidden Place, the Red Cloud Martial School will be able to continue to grow. I might even be able to become a half-step king warrior. By then, the Red Cloud Martial School will be even more powerful than right now." Suppressing his pain, he did not back out. Instead, he moved forward and was about to enter the gap. Boom! A pile of crystal-clear fireball landed on his body, burning him into ashes immediately. The broken top-rank weapon and storage ring were sucked into the crack on the edge of the gap, disappearing without a trace. All of the powerful warriors from the Red Cloud Martial School had been killed. A couple of days later, the second group of guests arrived at the Savage Mountains. There were only 5 people in the second group: 1 young man, 3 middle-aged men, and 1 elder. The young man was wearing gold robes and a gold crown, looking extremely aggressive. He was indeed the head disciple of the surreal martial school, Xia Hozuan. The 3 middle-aged men were all Master Level C of Soul's Realm warriors. One of them was the headmaster of the school, the Axe Master. The last elder in yellow robes seemed to be the leader of the 5. He had a powerful body and was as steady as a mountain. "Great Master, should we go in?" One of the 3 middle-aged men said to the elder in yellow, looking very respectful. "This gap is not simple. The edge of the gap contains the surreal power, which can explode with surreal lightning, fire, and wind. If the defense is not strong enough, going in will only lead to death. You guys follow me closely. If anything goes wrong, retreat immediately." The elder in yellow was one of the great masters of the school at the half-step king warrior level. His power was unpredictable, and he was the leader of this operation. Let's go in then. Xiao Hosuin's eyes shone with a bright light. The grave of the Four Extreme Emperor was his fortune, and it was also the key for him to reach the half-step king warrior level earlier. All right, let's go in. The elder in yellow was not afraid of the surreal power at all. With a flash, he flew toward the gap. The four followed behind him. Boom, boom. As expected, the sparkling and translucent lightning, flames, and storms sensed a powerful source of energy approaching and immediately erupted with dazzling radiance. Among the three middle-aged men, the one who spoke earlier had the lowest defense. He was immediately burned into ashes by a fireball and a lightning bolt. Don't mind him. Go in. The elder in yellow did not have it easy. The surreal power would increase according to the individual's power. Although it would not surpass his own power, it was still not easy to bear. He had to defend with all his heart and couldn't care less about the people behind him. Shoo! The remaining four smoothly entered the gap. Strangely, looking from the outside, there were no four people inside the gap. Not long after the four left, another group of people arrived. Unfortunately, the strongest among them was only a Master Level C of Soul's Realm Warrior. They were killed by the surreal power before they could even get close. Soon after, more people arrived, but they were all killed one after another. Those who could successfully enter the gap were few and far between. The next morning, two figures appeared on the opposite hill. Their aura was deep and immeasurable. As they blinked, the space around them slightly twisted. They were clearly two genuine half-step kings. Ghostwood King, this time, the tomb of Four Extreme Emperor has appeared. There will be a lot of half-step kings here. Later on, there will be even more life and death kings. If you and I want to make a fortune, we have to do it now. The one who spoke was a short, dark-skinned elder. He looked like a midget with a pointy mouth. In front of him was a middle-aged man with a wooden face. His skin was not like a human's, but more like a tree's. Gopher King, you like to take advantage of others. If you take advantage of me again, I'll break your legs. The middle-aged man said indifferently. The midget elder chuckled. No, not this time. The tomb of Four Extreme Emperor has so many treasures. Why would I want to take advantage of others? Let's go. I hope you're telling the truth. In a courtyard deep in the mountains of Sky Marshall region, a youngster with a crystal symbol on his head arrived. Old Feng, Tian, greets you. The youngster's voice spread out. Soon, the courtyard's gate creaked open. It's Tian, the one who came out was a skinny old man with long hair and fluttering clothes. When he saw the young man, a smile appeared on his face. The youngster said, The tomb of Four Extreme Emperor has appeared. Master has asked me to go with you. The tomb of Four Extreme Emperor has appeared? Could that vibration be the sign of its appearance? The skinny elder thought about the vibration a few days ago. All right, you and I will go together. Nodding his head, the skinny elder casually closed the door of the courtyard and walked out. Walking side by side with the young man, they flew towards the origin of the tremors, the direction of the Savage Mountain Range. Chapter 7:15. Meanwhile, the mysterious Martial School, Hell Martial School, Evil King School, and the other top-rank 5 martial schools had all sent their people to the Savage Mountains. The mysterious martial school was a new school. Before Xianhou became a life and death realm warrior, it was only a rank 6 martial school, which was not as powerful as the other rank 5 martial schools. They did not have that many half-step king warriors and top master-level warriors. Therefore, including Yen Feng, there were only 3 of them. Feng, you said that Yi Chun has the power of a half-step king warrior? The one who spoke was a middle-aged lady who looked like she was in her 40s. Her chi was deep like the ocean, impossible to see through. Even when he tried to sense it with his soul power, it was like a whirlpool. Yan Fengfeng nodded. Yes, I saw it with my own eyes. The middle-aged lady was the great master of the mysterious martial school, Qing Lu. She was also a half-step king warrior herself, and she had a very high status. She used to be the leader of the mysterious martial school and Xuanho's teacher. After Xianhou became a life and death realm warrior, she gave up her position to Xianhou while she became the great master herself. Hearing her, Qing Lu thought about it and said, "We do not have a lot of people we can invite him in." Although she was a half-step king warrior, if they ran into people from other parties, she might not be able to make it out, since she was not the only half-step king warrior. All right. Yan Fengfeng thought about it, then nodded. In the past couple of days, Murong Qingqing did not get any news, since the source of the vibration was too far away from the city they were living in. The two were not in a hurry either, since the Sky Martial region was only this big. They would probably get some news in a couple of days. Yi Chen used this opportunity to continue training his 5 sword attacks, trying to reach the level where he could use them as he wished. On this day, Yan Fengfeng and Qing Lu arrived at the city Yi Chen was living in. Inside the yard, the 5 sat in the pavilion in the middle of the green water. Yi Chen greets Senior Qing Lu. After knowing Qing Lu's identity, Yi Chen was a bit surprised. He had not expected that this person would be Xuanho's teacher, the former leader of the mysterious martial school. Qing Lu laughed. "Don't be shy. Qing Xian thinks highly of you. She said that you are the one with the most hope to reach life and death realm within 5 years. 5 years? Senior Yan overestimates Yi Chen." Yi Chen forced a smile. Although he firmly believed that he would be able to reach the life and death realm, he did not have the confidence to do so within 5 years. Qing Lu said, "Don't look down on Qing Xian's words. Her words will most likely come true. I have seen it many times." "Thank you for your auspicious words, Senior Yan." Yi Chen smiled. After taking a sip of the tea, Qing Lu asked, "Yi Chen, what rank is your sword intent?" "Feng, or said that you have the destruction sword intent. Is it true?" Yi Chen said, "That's right, it's the 5th step destruction sword intent." Although she had already heard about Yi Chen's situation from Yan Fengfeng, but hearing it from Yi Chen himself, Qing Lu was still very surprised. Rank 5 sword intent, and it was the destruction sword intent. Its power was equivalent to a normal rank 6 sword intent. It was a level that even most of the life and death realm warriors could not reach. Indeed, the younger generation will surpass the older generation. Qing Xian is one, and so are you. Qing Lu sighed. Yi Chen asked, "Senior Qing Lu, what are you here for?" Yan Fengfeng answered for Qing Lu, "Yi Chen, do you know what is the source of that vibration?" "I am trying to find some information." "What is it?" "The tomb of the 4 extreme emperor has appeared. The vibration was caused by the moving forbidden place hitting the space wall. Right now, all of the rank 5 martial institutions in the Sky Martial region should know about it. The others will come a bit later. My teacher and I are here to explore the tomb. Therefore, we would like to invite you and Murong to join us. What do you think?" The tomb of the 4 extreme emperor? Yi Chen did not think too much as he nodded. All right. He had the 3rd movement of the void-shattering finger art, as well as a white key from the Aries constellation. The tomb of the 4 extreme emperor was his fortune, so naturally he would not let it go. Even if Senior Qing Lu and Yan Fengfeng did not come to find him, after a while, he would still go. Qing Lu said, "This time, the trip to the tomb will be very dangerous. There will be a lot of half-step king warriors joining us. Although some of them might not be able to reach the life and death realm in their lifetime, their power is unpredictable. Therefore, they are always in closed-door training. Therefore, their lives might be in danger. I know. Yichen nodded. He was not that far away from the late seas of Soul's realm. It was just that there seemed to be a layer between them that he could not break through. With this opportunity, he might be able to make it. Once he reached the late seas of Soul's realm, even if he ran into a half-step king warrior, he would be able to escape unscathed. As for the weaker half-step king warriors, it would be hard to tell who would win. Morong, what about you? Yichen was a bit worried about Morong Qingcheng. I will go with you, Morong Qingcheng replied. All right then. Although Yichen was afraid that Morong Qingcheng might be in danger, he knew that Morong Qingcheng's survival ability was not weaker than anyone else's. Not only did she have the perfect demi-demon bloodline and demon power, there was also a lot of demon power essence from the demon king inside her body. With Morong Qingcheng's endurance right now, once she used it, it would be even more powerful than before. Just like that, the 5 of them headed toward the Savage Mountains. Before, Qing Lu and Yen Fengfeng were not that powerful, but with Yi Chun and Morong Qingcheng, they had become a whole new level stronger. Yen Fengfeng was one of the top 5 warriors in the master-level warrior ranking, and Morong Qingcheng's demon power chi was very powerful as well. Adding Yi Chun, who was invincible below the half-step king warrior realm, they would not be weaker than any group of warriors, unless there were 2 half-step king warriors. When they reached the deep end of the Savage Mountains, it was already a week later. Haha, mysterious king, you are here as well. In the distance, 7 human figures flew over. Their chi carried a hint of evil chi, giving people a feeling of being both righteous and evil. Gold Absolute King, if you can come, why can't I? Qing Lu's title was Mysterious King. All of the half-step king warriors were backup life and death realm warriors, so they could be called kings. And the one she called Gold Absolute King was the great master of the evil king Martial School, the evil king's teacher uncle. His power was unpredictable, and he used to be her old rival. Shoo, shoo, shoo. The Gold Absolute King landed on a mountain not far away. He studied Qing Lu and the people next to her, then laughed. 5 of you? Not bad. I thought there were only 3 or 4 of you. Having more people is not always a good thing. What matters is quality, not quantity, Qing Lu said with a smile. Ha, there is no use in talking. My evil king martial school has always been more powerful than your mysterious martial school. Talking about elites, we have more of them. The Gold Absolute King had not come out for a long time, and no one had mentioned Yi Chun to him. Therefore, he did not know about Yi Chun and what he had done. Right next to the Gold Absolute King were 6 people, 2 young people, 2 middle-aged people, and 2 old people. Among the 2 young people, Yi Chun actually knew one of them. It was none other than Sikong Sheng, who had not shown up for a long time. Right now, Sikong Sheng had a blank expression on his face. He did not have that arrogant temperament that he used to have. However, with Yi Chen's eyesight, he could naturally tell that when Sikong Sheng saw him, his eyes flickered a little, but strangely, he did not show any expression. For Sikong Sheng to be called here, his power must have reached the top master level. I wonder how he made it this far. It was not that Yi Chun was looking down on Sikong Sheng. It could only be said that after seeing so many martial geniuses in the Sky Martial region, Yi Chun had already become numb. With Sikong Sheng's talent, he might not even be in the top 10. Therefore, the fact that he had the top master level power had surprised him. Right next to Sikong Sheng was a young man with embroidery on his face. He looked to be around 25 or 26 years old. He was not as expressionless as Sikong Sheng. Instead, he was curiously checking out Yi Chun, giving people a kind of frivolous and carefree look. That might not be the case. Things are different now. We will go first. Qin Lu did not plan to argue with the gold absolute king anymore. She flew towards the gap in the air first. Yi Chun and the other three followed right behind her. Rumble! The surreal power at the edge of the gap had sensed a powerful individual power approaching. Beams of surreal lightning, surreal fire, and surreal wind rushed out, attacking the five. Before this, Qin Lu had already warned the other three to be careful of the surreal power. Therefore, the four behind her did not panic. They all pushed their protective Zhenyuan to the limit and increased their speed instead of slowing down. Be careful! Yi Chen's body flashed once, appearing on the right side of Murong Qingqing. The attacks around here were very intense. Murong Qingqing's face was a bit pale as she said, "I am fine." Although her protective demon power was very powerful, way more powerful than normal peak-level late seas of Soul's realm warriors, she did not have a semi-extreme rank armor after all. So, it would not be easy for her to handle the surreal power. The good thing was that she still had the darkness sky cover. The dark profound had a great effect on absorbing the surreal power. As for Yi Chun, his cultivation was not that high, only at peak level mid-seas of Soul's realm. But he had the semi-extreme rank armor, the Dragonbone defense layer, and the Undying body. So it would be a lot easier for him to handle the surreal power attacks. On the other hand, Yan Fingfing's real body was a blue phoenix, which was the top of the top rank. Within these 2 years, she had already reached rank 10 from rank 9, which made her one of the most powerful rank 10 beasts. Her body was extremely powerful, and her protective beast power was not any weaker than Murong Qingqing's protective demon power. Besides that, she had also gotten a semi-extreme rank armor from the Treasure Holy Tower, which made her even more powerful. The most difficult one would be Lin Gaoming, the leader of the Mysterious Peak, who was not weak at all. He was also at peak level late seas of Soul's realm. Unfortunately, he did not have a semi-extreme rank armor as well, so he could only use his rich Zhenyuan to hold on. Blood leaked out of the corner of his mouth. Within a blink of an eye, the five had been attacked dozens of times. They managed to enter the gap with difficulty and disappeared without a single death. Wow, no wonder they are so arrogant. The Gold Absolute King wanted to see a joke, but he did not get to see it. Gold Absolute King. These years, the mysterious martial school has been catching up with your evil king martial school. It is natural for them to be arrogant. Another group of people arrived from the distance. This group of people were all wearing black robes. 5 of them had a huge prison word written on their chests. Although the other one did not have it, it was written on his sleeve. He was from the Hell Martial School. The power of the Hell Martial School was even more powerful than the Evil King Martial School. The leader of the school was also a king warrior from the same generation as Su King. His cultivation was comparable to the old Dragon King. The Hell King had inherited Jailer's legacy and was good at sealing. His most powerful martial art was the Sky Hell Sealing Great Art, which was extremely horrifying. Mu Yunha, who had been with Lin Tian and had a conflict with Yi Chun before, was indeed the head disciple of the Hell Martial School. However, he was not among the 6. Punishment King, long time no see, the Gold Absolute King, squeezed his eyes. The mysterious King Qin Lu's power was indeed unpredictable. However, compared to the Punishment King, he was more afraid of him. He was an executioner who had mastered a part of the Hell Martial School's sealing art. Fighting against him, even if he won, he would be severely injured. It has been a long time indeed. But now is not the time to talk nonsense. My Hell Martial School will go in first. You people from the Evil King Martial School, you better not run into us, and you better not fight with us for anything. Otherwise, I will let you taste my punishment. Who will be the unlucky one? The gold absolute king was not someone who would be scared easily, so he said without hesitation, "Ha ha, see you in the forbidden place." The punishment king laughed out loud and entered the gap. Along the way, one of them puked out blood due to severe injuries. Unfortunately, he did not die. Let's go in as well. The gold absolute king led his people into the gap as well. Chapter 7:16. Outside the gap, Yi Chun and the other four could see what was inside. There were spirit plants everywhere, and spirit trees were all over the place. But after entering, they realized that the place they were in had nothing to do with what they were seeing. It was obvious that those sceneries were refracted from the space, and they did not know where they were in the forbidden place. This place was a boundless plain. Strong gales whistled through the air, creating a sharp, piercing sound. "Be careful, we are already inside the spell." Qing Lu was very knowledgeable, so she could tell with one glance that there was a massive spell covering the whole plain, and there were a lot of smaller spells within it. Because of the high level of the spell, it had already merged with the nature. Without great eyesight and knowledge, one would not be able to tell. This should be a mimicry spell. Yi Chun nodded. You know? Qing Lu looked at Yi Chun with surprise. The fact that Yi Chun knew about the spell had already surprised her a lot. But he not only knew about the spell, he even knew what kind of spell it was. There were a lot of spells, and one of them was the mimicry spell. It could use the power of the spell to mimic all kinds of living beings, such as humans, beasts, or some other weird living beings. The power of these simulated living beings would be related to the rank of the spell. The higher the rank of the spell, the more powerful they would be. The more powerful the spell could even mimic living beings with the power of a life and death realm warrior, and kill them. "I know a little," Yi Chun said vaguely. His soul power was 5 times more powerful than normal people, and its quality was equivalent to the soul power of a life and death realm warrior. Naturally, he could tell if there was a spell on the plane. As for being able to tell the type of the spell, it was because of the spell knowledge that the Battle King had imprinted in his brain. He only needed to sense a little bit to know that it was a mimicry spell. "All right, let's go." Qing Lu put away her surprise and said to the four, "Yes, teacher." Yen Fengfeng was not surprised at all, since Yi Chun had a lot of secrets. After walking for a while, the 5 saw a gray-white stone tablet. There were 4 big words written on it, Grey Wolf Plain. Qing Lu said, "If I have guessed it right, this should be the Grey Wolf spell set up by the 4 Extreme Emperors Grey Wolf King. What it mimics is a demonic wolf. Everyone, please be careful." After walking for a while, the wind on the plain was getting stronger and stronger. Howl! In the distance, 7 gigantic greenish-gray wolves, each the size of an adult elephant, ran over. These gigantic wolves had extremely long fur, and when the wind blew, it looked like greenish-gray flames were burning. Their eyes were ferocious and cruel, and they flickered with a blood-red light. The first one to jump over was the wolf on the left. It threw out a claw attack, and the green-gray claw light covered all 5 of them. Its battling power was not weaker than normal Sea of Souls Realm Master-level warriors. "Die!" Qing Lu ignored it. She waved her right hand and threw out a palm attack. That condensed palm power was like crystal sweeping across the ground. Including the other wolves, all of them were shattered by that horrifying palm power. On the ground, there was a deep plow mark. Half-Step King warrior Zhen Yuan was indeed horrifying. Yi Chun finally knew the power of the Half-Step King warrior, not to mention the others. Just their Zhen Yuan alone was already something that peak level late Seas of Souls realm warriors could not compete with. It could already be solidified, and the density of the Zhen Yuan had increased by more than 5 times. Besides that, Yi Chen realized that the space inside the forbidden place was more than 10 times more stable than the space outside. Normally, the attacks from Master Level C of Souls realm warriors would be able to twist the space. But inside the forbidden place, even Qing Lu, who was a half-step king warrior, could not move the space at all. Qing Lu had also sensed the stability of the space, so she frowned slightly. The 5 of them flew in the sky at a moderate speed. Before those wolves could even get close, they had already been shattered by Qing Lu, who was a half-step king warrior. However, it was very obvious that the power of the Ash Wolf formation had just begun to show. At the end of the horizon, densely packed black shadows were moving over like a black tide. When they got closer, they realized that they were all huge ash wolves. With a rough glance, the number of ash wolves that were running over was at least 800, if not 1,000. The surging demonic energy caused the sky above the ash wolf plains to be pitch black. One wouldn't be able to see their fingers in front of them. Only pairs of red eyes could be seen, as though they were vengeful ghosts. Everyone, be careful. Try not to get separated. Right then, Qing Lu did not dare to be careless anymore. These wolves that were made with the power of the spell did not have long-range attacking power. It seemed like they could only fight in close combat. However, there were almost 1,000 Sea of Souls realm master level wolves jumping over, so no one dared to be careless. Mysterious sky spell. The wolves could not attack from a distance, but Qing Lu could. She formed a spell with both of her hands, and a shocking Zhen Yuan vibration spread out from her hands. Go! After forming the spell, Qing Lu pushed both of her hands toward the wolf pack. Pap! There was no earth-shattering sound, but a weird palm print appeared in the middle of the moving wolf pack. It covered hundreds of meters in radius, and at least dozens of wolves had been killed by it. With one attack, she had killed dozens of Master Level C of Souls realm wolves. She must be one of the top warriors among the half-step king warriors. Major Phoenix Cut, Burning Sky Fist, Yen Feng Feng, and the leader of the mysterious mountain Lin Gaoming had also thrown out their attacks. They had both killed 7 to 8 wolves, which was not even 1/3 of what Qing Lu had done. Then, Murong Qingcheng used her Dark Devour to devour 6 to 7 wolves. This attack of hers was still far from completion, but judging on group killing power, it was already not that much weaker than Yen Feng Feng and Lin Gaoming's. Once it reached completion, its power would not be underestimated. Thunder Devour. Yi Chen used his Zhen Yuan to form a huge black thunderball. He shot it out, exploding in the middle of the wolf pack. The crazy thunder devoured their bodies, killing more than 20 wolves within a second as he chased after Qing Lu. She is indeed the unbeatable being below the half-step king warrior level. Qing Lu glanced at Yi Chen, feeling very surprised. The wolves were running at a very fast speed. After 2 rounds of attacks, they had arrived in front of them, surrounding the 5 of them. Awoo! Awoo! A shrill wolf howl was heard as all of the wolves started to attack the 5 of them. That powerful claw light filled the sky. Kill! There were still 7 to 8 white-headed wolves left. Qing Lu took the lead and threw out her ace attack. Wherever she went, the wolves would be shattered one after another. She was unstoppable. Yi Chen and the other 3 formed a circle and charged into the wolf pack. After all, 2 fists would not be able to fight against 4 hands, not to mention 7 to 800 wolves. Even so, there were just too many wolves, and all of them were at Master Level C of Souls Realm. It would be impossible to avoid all of the attacks, not to mention the 4 of them. Even Qing Lu had been attacked by the wolves from time to time. It was just that her protective Zhen Yuan was way too powerful, and those wolves' attacks had been blown away instead, landing on other wolves. Boom! Yi Chen had already been attacked dozens of times. His protective Zhenyuan was shaking, making a cracking sound. The other three were even worse, their faces starting to turn pale. No, there are just too many of them. If this continues, even if we can kill them all, we would be wounded as well, which would not be good for the future. With that thought in mind, Yi Chen did not plan to hold back anymore. Three-sword attack, pointing out his sword finger. The gold sword on Yi Chen's back took out of its scabbard. It split into three, turning into three beams of gold light and shooting out like lightning. Pooh, 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 pooh. It was like cutting rice straws, as the wolves fell down one after another. Before, Yi Chen's kill count was only 2/3 of Qing Lu's, but right now, it was already above her. It did not mean that his power was already more powerful than her. It was just that the defensive sword spell was too powerful. It was not like the normal attacks, where he would have to pause for a second after each attack. However, the defensive sword spell was completely controlled by soul power, and there was no pause at all. Wherever it went, it would be more horrifying than a lawnmower. This is the defensive sword spell. Qing Lu's pupils shrunk. With such a huge movement, it was impossible for her not to notice it. Yi Chen's killing speed was unimaginable. A normal defensive sword spell would not be this powerful. No matter how stupid she was, she knew that Yi Chen must be a soul warrior. The defensive sword spell's power would increase exponentially in his hands. 500, 300, 100. Soon, there were only less than 100 wolves left out of the 800. The density of the wolves had decreased a lot, and the pressure on Morong Qingcheng and the other two had decreased a lot as well. Landing print. Qing Lu once again formed a spell. In the midair, 100-meter square crystal palm print appeared, smashing down at an extreme speed. The second it landed on the ground around it started to shake. A circular shockwave spread out in all directions. Out of the less than 100 wolves, half of them were killed. The rest of the wolves were much easier to deal with, as they were all shattered. Waiting until all the wolves had been killed, Qing Lu let out a breath and said to Yi Chen with a smile, "With your power, you would be able to threaten even normal half-step king warriors. This trip to the graveyard, perhaps you would be the key." Facing a powerful enemy, Qing Lu would definitely be stalled by the demi-king warriors and would not be able to take care of them. But with Yi Chen there, it would be much easier. Basically, no one below the demi-king warrior would be his opponent, and normal demi-king warriors. Yi Chen would be able to use his defensive sword spell to fight with them. "I will try my best." Yi Chen nodded. Then, the five of them continued to move forward. In front of the Grey Wolf Plain was a lava land. The whole world was red, and there would be hot lava shooting out from time to time, burning the sky red. Caw, caw, caw. In the sky, horrifying bird cries were heard. Countless massive firebirds jumped toward the skinny elder and the young man with the colored symbol on his forehead. Their faces were slightly flushed. Although it was not dangerous, it was not easy either. These firebirds were stronger than the wolves on the Tsonglang Plain. Their speed was also faster than the wolves. When they swooped down, they were even faster than lightning. If it were not for their tyrannical strength, they would have already fallen here. 5 symbol palm. The young man's body was surrounded by the colored symbol, blocking out the firebird's attacks. Meanwhile, he himself pushed his Zhenyuan and threw out a palm attack. Pap, pap, pap. 5 twisted symbols were thrown out in the midair. Those firebirds were hit by the symbols, and their bodies were shattered into pieces. Then, they were covered by the colored flame and burned into ashes. The young man's colored flame was way more powerful than the firebirds. Windtooth. The thin old man was much stronger than the young man. He waved his hand, and a violent storm appeared out of nowhere. It rolled into a ball, and from time to time, crescent moon-like wind blades would burst out from the storm and sweep across the sky. They swept down a large number of firebirds and cleared the sky. Chapter 7:17. Let's go. Most of the simulated spell did not have the trapping effect. As long as one left the coverage of the spell, one would not be attacked by the power of the spell. After the skinny elder had killed a huge amount of firebirds, his body flashed, and he rushed out through the gaps of the dense firebirds. The young man also knew that he could not kill all of those firebirds. If he fought with his life on the line, it would only hurt him badly. Therefore, the second the elder finished talking, he had already chased after him. Caw, 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 caw. Hundreds of firebirds were like a fiery red ribbon of light trailing behind the two. Unfortunately, like the ash wolf, these firebirds could not attack from afar. Only a few firebirds at the very front could hit the two with fireballs, causing countless sparks of fire to fly. So hot! Passing through the huge Tsonglang plain, Yi Chun and the other four arrived at the lava land. The temperature here was at least 100 times higher than the outside world. Even iron would melt if it was placed on the ground. The air was like a burning stream. Normal warriors would definitely burn their lungs if they took a breath. This should be the firebird spell. It is not a good idea to fight with brute force. Let's go through if we have the chance. Qing Lu reminded the other four. The ground was pitch black and covered in cracks, the lava was bright red, and the sky was filled with black smoke. The environment of the lava field was extremely harsh. It was very difficult for flesh and blood life forms to survive here. Only some natural life forms of the fire attribute would like this place. The 5 of them flew in the sky, avoiding the lava that was shooting up from time to time. Caw! All of a sudden, there was a huge volcano in front of them. There was a wave of red tide rushing out. Getting closer, they realized that it was not a tide, but a sea of firebirds. Those firebirds did not have a physical body. They were completely made up of pure firepower. Between the flapping of their wings, the flame would burn even more. The temperature of the air had increased by a couple of times, and it could even melt metal. Black sky print. Qing Lu attacked first, killing a group of firebirds. Yi Chun performed his defensive sword spell. 3 beams of gold light shot through the firebirds. Wherever they went, the firebirds fell down like rain, disappearing into nothingness. Everyone, follow me. Qing Lu's protective Zhenyuan layer suddenly expanded by a couple of times, covering all 4 of them. She then crashed into the dense firebird flock. Bang, 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 bang. Half-Step King's protective Zhenyuan was extremely powerful. Even if it had expanded by several times, it was still not something these master-grade firebirds could break through. One by one, the firebirds were knocked dizzy by the Zhenyuan, and their formation was in disorder, unable to unite. Rumble! Suddenly, a loud noise came out from the protective layer. Qing Lu's face turned pale, and her body froze. It turned out that there were 3 firebirds that were a couple of times bigger than Lu Wujian. Their power was not that much weaker than Lu Wujian's. They were attacking the protective Zhenyuan layer together, stopping the 5 from breaking through. Star-picking hand. Qing Lu yelled. Her left and right hands were like butterflies flying through the air, breaking the necks of the 2 firebirds. The intense chi explosion had blown away the other firebird as well. Sword control art. Yi Chun seized the chance to activate his sword spell, and the golden sword pierced through the bird's body. Go! There was no time to lose. The firebirds behind them had already caught up, so the 5 increased their speed and flew into the distance. Soon, they had left the firebirds behind them far behind. Behind the Grey Wolf Plain was a land of lava. Behind the land of lava was a misty white fog. The fog had the effect of isolating soul power. When one was in the fog, one would not be able to distinguish one's position. One would also not know which direction to walk in to get out of the fog. The White Sheep King, who was under the command of the Four Extreme Emperor, is good at illusion spells. The spell that he had set up must be an illusion spell. It does not have any attacking power, but it could trap people inside. If they could not break it, then they might even die of old age inside. This is bad. Qing Lu did not have that kind of power like Xian Ho. Although she knew a thing or two about illusion spells, she was not that good at it. On the other hand, who was the White Sheep King? He was a powerful beast king in the ancient times, and before he was taken over by the Four Extreme Emperor, he had dominated the world. Even king warriors at the same level would have to be cautious of him, afraid of falling into his illusion spell. Right now, the most powerful one among the five was only the half-step King Qing Lu, so how could she break the illusion spell? Let me try. Morong Qingcheng stood out. You. Qing Lu looked at Morong Qingcheng with surprise. Morong Qingcheng's power was indeed not weak, but she had always been low-key, so Qing Lu did not know what kind of power she had. Senior Qing Lu, don't worry. I can handle it. Yichen knew Morong Qingcheng very well. It could be said that the demons from the ancient times were not afraid of illusion spells at all, and Morong Qingcheng had also inherited this advantage. Her pair of demon eyes could see through the illusion spell. Walking to the front, Morong Qingcheng activated her demon power and transferred it into her eyes. The next second, her pupils turned gold. Her eyesight could see through the illusion spell and into the distance. Let's go there. Morong Qingcheng pointed to the left. Let's go. Yichen could not trust Morong Qingcheng more. Qing Lu and the other two hesitated a little bit before following up. After a couple of hours, everyone indeed walked out of the illusion spell. The perfect demi-demon bloodline is indeed worthy of its name. You have the special features of humans, but also inherited the demon's advantage. Qing Lu was completely convinced by Morong Qingcheng. When exploring an unknown place, it was the most annoying thing to not be able to see or hear. But with Morong Qingcheng here, she would not have to worry about it. Senior, you are flattering me. Ever since she got together with Yi Chun, Morong Qingcheng no longer covered her face. She had covered her face before because she had made up her mind. Before she met the person she loved, she did not want to show her face to too many people. Right now, a smile appeared on her face. So beautiful, just like Qing Xian, the most beautiful woman in the world. Even though Qing Lu was a woman, she could not help but compliment in her mind. Just like that, the five of them passed 3 spells and arrived at the last one. This spell was made by the leader of the 4 kings under the 4 Extreme Emperor, the Sky Scorpion King. It was called the Sky Scorpion spell. The Sky Scorpion spell was also an imitation spell, but it was not hard to imagine that the imitation spell made by the Sky Scorpion King would be way more powerful than the Ash Wolf King and the Firebird King. On the other side of the Sky Scorpion spell, the Skinny Elder and the young man were having a hard fight. Their opponent was a huge scorpion beast. Normal scorpion beasts would not be able to make them fight hard. This scorpion beast had already surpassed rank 10 and was between rank 10 and rank 11. It was a half-step scorpion king, which was extremely powerful. The black beast power could be solidified and condensed on the black shell, which had an extremely high defense. The huge shell was extremely heavy, and its tail was even harder to defend. 5-symbol palm. The young man controlled the natural Yuan Qi and threw out a palm attack on the shell of the half-step Scorpion King. Boom! The twisted symbol had only broken a part of the black, solid beast power, but it did not hurt the half-step Scorpion King at all. Tian, or you hold it down. I will prepare my defense-breaking ace attack. The Skinny Elder did not want to waste time with the half-step Scorpion King. He was sure that if they really wanted to waste time, it would not be them killing the half-step Scorpion King, but the half-step Scorpion King killing them. The half-step Scorpion King's beast power storage was way more powerful than theirs, plus with the support of the Sky Scorpion spell. It was like a fish in the water. All right. The young man nodded with his teeth clenched. The area covered by the Sky Scorpion spell was a barren land. After walking for 1,000 miles, Yi Chen and the other 4 had already been attacked by 5 to 6 groups of scorpion beasts. Judging on the power, they might not be that much more powerful than the Firebird, but they were the best at attacking. Their unstoppable tail was also unpredictable, like a hidden killer in the dark. With just a little bit of carelessness, they would be killed. Most importantly, the defense of the scorpion beasts was not something that the Firebird and the Gray Wolf could compete with. After killing groups after groups of scorpion beasts, the 5 of them had consumed a lot of shenyuan. Fortunately, the 3 of them had brought enough shenyuan pellets before they came, and Murong Qingcheng had the demon essence inside her body, which allowed her to recover her demon power at an extremely fast speed. Therefore, it would not be a problem for a while. Shoo! 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 Just when the 5 of them had killed the 7th group of scorpion beasts, a cluster of black clouds suddenly appeared from the deep mountains. Inside the dark clouds, there was a small mountain-sized scorpion beast. It was not only 10 times bigger than before, but its black beast power could even solidify, like a layer of black armor covering its shell. It had a pair of huge plates, each of which was the size of a house. They were clamped together, bringing with them a metal clashing sound. The long tail on its back was floating in the dark clouds, the hook shining with a purple light. It was obviously poisonous. Half-step Scorpion King. Qing Lu frowned. There were half-step king warriors among the humans, and there were also half-step beast kings among the beasts. Qing Lu had not expected that there would be a half-step Scorpion King in this Sky Scorpion spell. Although this half-step Scorpion King's chi was not that powerful, and its beast power cultivation was just below the middle of the half-step beast kings. However, in the same realm between half-step king warriors and half-step beast kings, the half-step beast kings would be a lot more powerful. Plus, the half-step beast king would be inside the Sky Scorpion spell, which would allow it to use its power as much as it wanted. Hiss! The half-step Scorpion King that was formed by the Sky Scorpion spell did not know how to talk. Its body flashed once, bringing along rolling dark clouds as it attacked towards the 5. When it got close to the 5, the half-step Scorpion King threw out a claw like a pair of huge scissors. Piss off! Qing Lu's right hand shone with a dark blue light as she threw out a palm attack onto the Scorpion King's claw, bringing up a metal exploding sound that made people cringe. The half-step Scorpion King was indeed a half-step Scorpion King. After exchanging one attack with Qing Lu, it had only backed out for dozens of meters and was not wounded at all. The tail hook on its back suddenly appeared from the left side, drawing an arc in the air as it attacked towards Murong Qingcheng and Yi Chen. Go! Yi Chen's reflexes were extremely powerful. The second the tail hook moved, he had already put up his sword fingers. His gold sword flew out of its scabbard, blocking out the half-step Scorpion King's tail hook. Landing spell. Qing Lu did not back out at all. She formed a spell with both of her hands, and a huge crystal palm print fell from the sky. It landed heavily on the back of the half-step Scorpion King, making it sink down like a huge mountain. Let's go! After one attack, Qing Lu did not want to waste time with the half-step Scorpion King anymore, so she tried to leave. Unfortunately, although the half-step Scorpion King was restricted by the Sky Scorpion spell and could not attack from a distance, its long tail hook could reach out very far, landing heavily on Qing Lu's half-step shenyuan. Boom! Qing Lu backed out for dozens of steps, her face slightly pale. The protective Yuan layer outside of her body had been corroded. The poison on that tail hook was indeed powerful, being able to corrode even half-step king warriors, Zhen Yuan. It was not hard to imagine that once the body was invaded by the poison, it would turn into a pile of white bones within a second. Chapter 7:18. You 4, use all of your power to hold it off. I will prepare my defense-breaking ace attack. Qing Lu was a half-step king warrior, so she had a lot of tricks up her sleeves. Although her profound sense martial arts might not be that much more powerful than top master-level warriors, her half-step king warrior Zhen Yuan was not something that top master-level warriors could compete with. With some time, she would be able to infuse more Zhen Yuan into her ace attacks, which would increase its attacking power drastically. Yes, teacher. Yan Fengfeng did not dare to waste any time. Her body flipped in the air, turning into a phoenix with blue flames burning around it. She screamed and flapped her wings. 2 massive flame beams shot out from the left and right, attacking toward the half-step Scorpion King, blowing it away dozens of meters. Sky Demon Finger. A pair of black wings appeared behind Murong Qingqing's back. On the wings, a black light poured into her body, gathering at the tip of Murong Qingqing's right hand. Go! A beam of black finger power turned into a small black sun, landing on the head of the half-step Scorpion King. Giant Sword Spell. The defensive sword spell was a sword spell. The first and second level of attacks were very simple, but from the third level onward, there would be more attacking methods. Besides multiple sword attacks, there were also some special attacking sword spells, and the giant sword spell was one of them. Yi Chun pointed out his sword finger, and the gold sword shot out into the air. Along the way, the Zhen Yuan contained in the gold sword suddenly expanded, forming into a massive sword shadow that landed on the back of the half-step Scorpion King. Chin. Sparks spilled everywhere. That sword attack had not only cut open the beast power armor of the half-step Scorpion King, it had also left a light sword mark on its shell. Not bad. Yi Chen nodded. Seriously speaking, the pure attacking power of the giant sword spell was not as powerful as the flying sword. But the giant sword spell had its advantages as well, which was its heavy power, which could blow away the target. In his sight, the half-step Scorpion King's body flipped and flew backward. Shoo! A black shadow suddenly broke through the air, which was indeed the half-step Scorpion King's tail hook. Let me handle it. Yi Chen's body drew an arc in the air, attacking the Scorpion King's tail from the side. He took out his Thunder Disaster Sword and used his power to attack. Chin, chin, chin. The speed of the half-step Scorpion King's tail kept decreasing, and its tail hook almost hit the head of the Xian Sect's Tai Xian Peak, Lin Gaoming. Break! Lin Gaoming's fist landed on the tail hook, and this crisis was resolved. All right. Right then, Qing Lu's defense-breaking attack had finished its preparation. She raised her right hand up high, and circles of different colored light appeared in her palm. It was like a celestial sphere, and in the middle of it, there was a dark blue energy core. The power was hidden inside. Go! Qing Lu yelled, and threw out a palm attack. Woo-woo! The attack that was similar to an armillary sphere let out a shrill sound, heavily bombarding the head of the half-step Scorpion King. The halo around it was like a steel blade, continuously cutting through the opponent's demonic energy armor. When the halo's power was exhausted, a large hole had already been opened up on the Scorpion King's shell, and the dark green energy core had drilled into it. Boom! In the next moment, the half-step Scorpion King's head exploded, and its body twitched incessantly until it vanished into thin air. Amazing! Yi Chen sighed inwardly at how terrifying this attack was. No wonder it took such a long time to prepare. After killing the half-step Scorpion King, the 5 of them were unobstructed. There was no longer anything that could block their way. Storm Spear. On the other side of the Sky Scorpion spell, the skinny elder had finally finished his preparation. He was holding a long spear that was made of black wind. The long spear kept shaking, and the tip of the spear kept on lengthening like a poisonous snake's tongue. Go! Using his right arm, the elder threw the spear towards the Scorpion King. Crack! The Scorpion King was pierced through, and it was instantly torn into pieces by the exploding wind blades. Go! The elder's face was slightly red. It seemed like he had used up a lot of energy. Behind the mountains and rivers was a twisted layer of thin film reflecting countless scenes. Who? Yi Chun and the other four hesitated a little bit before they all jumped in. It was like going through a layer of water. The five of them appeared in a new environment. Who? Taking a deep breath, the five of them had shocked expressions on their faces. In their eyes, the world seemed to have expanded a lot. As far as their eyes could see, there were lakes, grasslands, mountains, and ribbon-shaped white clouds in the sky, intertwining with the mountains in the distance. Looking up, the sky was clear, and the natural yuan qi was extremely dense. It was as if one casual breath was equivalent to a few days of training for a normal warrior. But that was not enough to shock them. What was truly shocking were the spirit plants and trees. On the grassland, the plants were rich and luxuriant. Every single one of them was extraordinarily green, and they could find a cluster of spirit plants with spirit qi every few meters. The spirit qi released by those spirit plants would nourish the normal plants nearby, making every single one of them full of vitality. On the lake, there were duckweeds that were full of spirit qi, and there were elegant green lotuses. On top of the lotuses, there were purple, white, and red lotuses that were competing with each other. Every single one of them had the value to be used as medicine. Under the lotuses, there were even fat fishes. Further in the distance, there was an endless stretch of lush trees. In the periphery, there were many low-grade spirit trees, and in the depths, there were towering mid-grade spirit trees that stood out like cranes in a flock of chickens. Even further in, one could faintly see several towering giant trees that pierced through the clouds. Although it was impossible to determine their grade, they were definitely not ordinary. The spirit plants and trees that grew from the tall mountains were obviously better than the grassland, lakes, and forests. On top of every mountain, there was a light that did not dissipate. It was very eye-catching. This is the 7-star blue that has already gone extinct in the outside world. Qing Lu was a former leader after all, so she was very interested in the spirit plants and trees. She squatted down and carefully dug out a light blue plant. Judging from its spirit qi, it should be a low-rank spirit plant, but considering that it had already gone extinct in the outside world, its value would be immeasurable. If she took it out and planted it, she would definitely be able to grow a huge amount of 7-star blue plants. After picking up dozens of 7-star blue plants, Qing Lu finally stood up and put all the 7-star plants into a storage ring with plant patterns on it. She turned around and saw that Yi Chun had actually put all the plants into his storage ring. She laughed and said, "Growing spirit plants requires a lot of soil. If you plant them in a pot, the effect would be much worse. I have another plant ring here for you." As she spoke, she took out a ring with plant patterns and threw it to Yi Chun. Plant ring. Yi Chun had heard about this kind of ring before. Storage rings were used to store things, while plant rings were used to grow spirit plants and flowers. The space inside was huge, and there was soil under the ground. Sunstones could be hung on top of the ring, which would help the plants to photosynthesize. A low-rank plant ring was even more valuable than a mid-rank storage ring, and there was no market for it. Taking over the plant ring, Yi Chun branded his soul mark on it, then poured his soul power into it. What he saw was a huge space, about 10 acres in size. On top of it, there were some exhausted sunstones. Below, it was black soil. The spirit chi in the soil was very dim. It was obvious that this plant ring had not been used for a long time and needed to be nourished by the spirit stones. Thank you, Senior. Yichen held his hands together to thank her. You are welcome. Even Qing Xian thinks so highly of you. As her master, of course I will not be stingy. Qing Lu chuckled and continued to look for spirit plants. With the plant ring, Yichen started to pay more attention to the spirit plants. For the low-rank spirit plants, he only chose some extinct or rare ones to transplant into the ring, 10 of each. As for the mid-rank spirit plants, he would transplant as many as he could find, not to mention the top-rank ones. Arriving in front of a lake, Qing Lu also moved some of the duckweeds and green lotuses from the lake into the ring. It seemed like her plant ring was one rank higher than Yi Chen's. Yi Chen's plant ring did not have any lake water inside, and it was not that big either. So, it would be a bit crowded if he moved the river. The 5 of them walked in a straight line, not trying to look for spirit plants or flowers. Not long after, a forest blocked their way. Low-rank maple tree. Qing Lu's eyes brightened. She waved her hand, and a maple tree with red leaves was pulled out from the ground and thrown into her plant ring. Low-rank snake pattern tree. Low-rank pine tree. Spirit trees with a certain rank were very easy to find. Wherever the 5 went, spirit trees would be uprooted one after another and put into Qing Lu's plant ring. Yi Chen's plant ring did not have enough space, so he could only choose a very rare low-rank spirit tree, which was a pine tree. However, seeing that half of the plant ring space was gone, Yi Chen shook his head and put the pine tree back on the ground. There were still mid-rank spirit trees, so one low-rank pine tree was fine. The mid-rank spirit trees were much bigger than the low-rank ones. Of course, there were some small ones, but no matter how small they were still bigger than normal trees. In the end, even Qing Lu felt powerless. She hated that her plant ring was too small. If it were big enough, then she would not have to worry so much. This plant ring of mine is only a top mid-rank 1, 500 mu in size. Legend has it that the best high-rank plant ring is 5,000 mu in size, and the extreme rank one is 50,000 mu in size. Too bad. If I had an extreme rank plant ring, then I would be able to move all these spirit trees into it. Qing Lu was very reluctant. Yi Chen said, Senior, let's go and have a look. Low-rank and mid-rank spirit trees. Yi Chen did not move a single one. If there were a top-rank spirit tree, he would not give it up no matter what, since it would be priceless. No, it would be priceless even for a whole country. One of them would be worth at least millions of top-rank spirit stones. All right. Qing Lu was also looking forward to it. Surrounded by the white mist, the 5 flew in the air above the forest, their soul power spreading out everywhere. Top-rank spirit tree, Yi Chen's soul power was not normal. Hundreds of miles away, he had already sensed that there was a rich spirit chi spreading out from the deep part of the forest. It was extremely shocking, almost reaching the semi-extreme rank long life tree that he had seen in the savage ruin ancient place. The normal trees around seemed to be turning into spirit trees under the nourishment of the spirit chi. This tree, even if it was not a top-rank spirit tree, it would definitely be a top mid-rank one. Of course, it was most likely to be a top-rank one. Otherwise, the spirit chi would not be this rich, almost reaching the semi-extreme rank long life tree. Regardless, they had to go check it out first. Chapter 7:19. After 10 breaths, Yi Chun and the other 4 stopped. It is a top-rank spirit tree. It really is. Qing Lu's eyes brightened up. The mysterious martial school also had top-rank spirit trees, but there were only a few of them. Every single one of them was extremely important, and they were the most important resources of the martial school. In their line of sight, a towering tree full of blue fruits stood in front of them. This huge tree had a canopy that covered the sky. It was at least a few miles in circumference. Under the shade of the tree, people seemed very small. If one had the leisure and elegance, they could even build a village under the tree's shade and live under it. How beautiful would that be? It's a high-grade water elemental fruit tree. The water elemental fruit is extremely effective in healing injuries. It's comparable to ordinary high-grade elixirs. This high-grade water elemental fruit tree has at least a few thousand high-grade spiritual stones. Qinglu's breathing became irregular. "Senior, congratulations." Yichen smiled wryly. This tree was way too huge, and his plant ring could not contain it at all. He really wanted to, but he did not have the power. So he could only congratulate Qinglu. "Hee, then I will not be polite anymore." Qinglu cleared out a huge part of the plant ring, throwing out all the less important spirit trees. She then activated her Zhenyuan and waved her hand. The huge tree was uprooted and slowly put into the plant ring, disappearing without a trace. With the tree in her hand, Qinglu was in a good mood. She picked up 5 of them and gave them to Yichun, Murong Qingcheng, and the other 4. Besides the healing effect, the water element fruit also has a great effect on recovering stamina. Plus, it is sweet and full of water. "Everyone, try it." As she spoke, she tried one herself. Yichun and Murong Qingcheng took over the palm-sized fruit, and each took a bite. "So sweet." Murong Qingcheng complimented. "It is indeed sweet and not greasy." Yichun nodded. The flesh of the water element fruit melted in his mouth, turning into a stream of cool water that entered his stomach. Then, with his stomach as the center, it spread out to his 5 viscera and 6 bowels, as well as the 100 meridians in his limbs. His body couldn't help but feel refreshed, and the slight tiredness from before disappeared. Qinglu smiled. "Although we haven't found the tomb, yet a water yuan fruit tree is still a great reward. This trip is worth it. Yichun, Murong, come visit our mysterious martial school in the future. We will give you plenty of water yuan fruits." It was all thanks to Yichun that she was able to obtain the water elemental fruit tree. Otherwise, it would have been very difficult to find it in such a huge forest. Compared to the water elemental fruit, the water elemental fruit tree was the real treasure. After eating the water elemental fruit, it could grow again, but if the water elemental fruit tree was gone, then there would be nothing left. "Senior, don't worry. We won't hold back." Yichun did not feel too regretful either, since his plant ring would not be able to hold it anyway. Perhaps it was to make up for Yichun's regret. When the 5 had flown for thousands of miles, Yichun found another top-ranked spirit tree. It was not as big as the water elemental fruit tree, but it was about 100 meters tall and 1 mile in radius. It was perfect for planting in the low-rank plant ring. Qinglu clicked her tongue and said, "Top-rank fire pear tree. Yichun, you are quite lucky. Although this fire pear tree is not as mature as the water yuan fruit tree, it is still thousands of years old. Plus, it is perfect for your plant ring. The fire pear tree has the fire element, and the fire pear tree that grows out of it is not only very useful for warriors who train fire element Zhenyuan, but also for warriors of other races. For example, Murong Rong's perfect demi-demon bloodline is not restricted at all. Qinglu had already gotten the water elemental fruit tree, so it would not be nice for her to fight for the fire pear tree as well. Indeed, lucky. Yichun looked at the red crystal-like pears on the fire pear tree and nodded satisfyingly. Training the body and increasing the body would be more or less the same as the spirit power crystal stones. Even if the effect was not enough, it could be made up with quantity. There were at least 2,000 of them on the tree. Up, activating his Junyuan, Yi Chun was about to plant the fire pear tree. Stop! All of a sudden, a loud yell was heard from 100 miles away. 2 human figures broke through the air and arrived at an unbelievably fast speed. They were 2 half-step king warriors. Yi Chun frowned slightly, but he was not slow at all as he successfully put the fire pear tree into his plant ring. He then filled the soil with a lot of top-rank spirit stones to nourish the soil and provide enough nutrition for the tree. Then he took out some sunstones with enough energy and hung them in the air of the plant ring for the fire pear tree to photosynthesize and grow normally. You are looking for death. Seeing the fire pear tree disappear, the 2 did not care about it at all. They joined hands and attacked toward Yi Chun and the group. Who is it? Qing Lu yelled. Fighting against 2 at the same time, she shattered the incoming qi flow. Shoo! Shoo! The 2 human figures stood dozens of miles away. One of them was huge and had a wooden face. His skin pattern did not look like a human's, but more like a tree's, which was very rough. The other one was short and skinny. He was a dwarf with a pointy mouth and small eyes that looked aggressive. Half-step Beast King. Qing Lu could tell with one glance that these 2 were not humans, but a different kind of beast. The middle-aged man with a blank face was obviously a demi-beast king that had cultivated into a tree, and the dwarf elder was a demi-beast king. It seemed like he was a rat-type beast, which was vicious and cunning. Putting away the fire pear tree, Yi Chun turned his body to look at the 2. He could not help but frown. 2 half-step beast kings were not some random people, not to mention 2 of them. Any one of them would be enough to give them a headache, not to mention 2. Be careful later. Yi Chun sent a message to Murong Qingcheng secretly, asking him to give up the fire pear tree. It was obviously impossible, since they were not fish on the chopping board. If they really had to fight, it would be hard to tell who would win. Don't worry about me. Murong Qingcheng nodded slightly. You too, you attacked us for no reason. That is so rude. Qing Lu did not want to fight with 2 half-step beast kings either, so she tried to suppress her anger and said calmly. The elder with the pointy mouth sneered, "Give up the fire pear tree, and we can let you go. Otherwise, don't blame us for being cruel." "You are planning to take it by force." Qing Lu squeezed her eyes. "Give up the fire pear tree, and we will not take it by force." As the elder spoke, he studied Qing Lu and the other 4. He realized that although there were a lot of them, there was only 1 half-step king warrior, and the rest were 2 peak level late seas of Soul's realm warriors. One was a rank 10 beast human lady, and the other one was at peak level mid seas of Soul's realm. Their average battling power was way weaker than theirs. "Sorry, I can't do that." Qing Lu's voice sank. She was a half-step king warrior, so she had her own dignity. If she was threatened and asked to give up the fire pear tree, what would Yi Chun and the rest think of her? They would think that she was a coward. Therefore, it would be impossible for her to give up the fire pear tree. "If you don't, then you will have to die." The evil light in the elder's eyes was almost solid. It was very scary. Being stared at by him would make one's hair stand on end, as if they were facing death. "You." Qing Lu was also pissed off. "Ghostwood King, I will leave the 4 of them to you." "No problem, right?" The elder turned his head and said to the tall middle-aged man with a wooden face. The latter said, 90% sure. "All right, then leave this to me." The elder turned his head and said to Qing Lu, "It has been a long time since I have killed a human half-step king warrior. Your skin is so soft and tender, so it must be delicious." Shoo! Just as he finished talking, the elder disappeared from where he was standing and jumped toward Qing Lu. One was still while the other was moving, giving people a feeling that they could not react in time. You guys protect yourselves. Qing Lu did not dare to waste any more time. She threw out a sentence before attacking the elder. Boom, boom, boom. One half-step Beast King and the other half-step King Warrior were about the same level. As their chi clashed, the trees around them fell, and the ground was flipped over. Hee, your power is not bad, but your speed is too slow. The elder flashed his body again and again, turning into beams of black shadows that surrounded Qing Lu. Qing Lu did not expect the elder to be this fast, so she was caught off guard. She tried to fight back a couple of times, but it was all dodged by the elder. She was so frustrated that she wanted to puke out blood. Let me fight with him first. Yichen stretched his body and walked out. You know, the middle-aged man shook his head. Let's fight first. Yichen had never fought with a half-step King Warrior before, and it would be his first time fighting a half-step Beast King as well. He would like to see how powerful a half-step Beast King could be. Oh well, I will kill you and take the fire pear tree. The middle-aged man's pupils turned yellow and green as a creepy black cheese spread out from his body. All of a sudden, he turned from a normal-looking middle-aged man into a ghost. Ting! Yichen did not dare to be careless. 5 beams of sword light appeared out of his body and gathered behind him, forming into a dragonfly-like sword wing. Shoo! The sword light sliced through the sky as Yichen took the initiative to attack. Die! The middle-aged man threw out a punch to the right. There, Yichen had just appeared. Such accurate observation skills. Yichen was a bit surprised. He flashed his body and dodged the fist power. Boom! A huge amount of trees died and were covered by the black chi. That punch from the middle-aged man was not simple at all. It seemed to have the effect of destroying the life force. The middle-aged man saw that Yichen had dodged that punch and seemed to be a bit surprised. His title was the Ghostwood King, and he was a half-step Beast King trained from the Ghostwood. The Ghostwood had the Yin element, and wherever it grew, all the plants would die and all the life force would be sucked away. Therefore, the Ghostwood King was very sensitive to life force. No matter what kind of changes his opponent had, it would not be able to escape from his perception. Although Yichen was fast in his eyes, Yichen was no different from a life force. As long as he was hit, his life force would be destroyed. Ghostwood King, do not waste time with this brat. Take care of him as soon as possible. This woman is quite tricky. The elder had indeed gotten the upper hand, but he had underestimated Qing Lu. She was the former leader of the mysterious martial school after all, and her cultivation was unpredictable. She was one of the rare, powerful warriors among the half-step King Warriors. Soon, she had turned the situation around and fought back a couple of times, putting the elder in a difficult situation. 3 attacks to take care of him. The Ghostwood King saw that the elder was having a hard time, so he nodded. His cold eyes locked onto Yichen as the black chi on his body got even thicker. Chapter 7:20. Brother Yi, don't be careless. Just do what you can. Yan Fengfeng was afraid that Yichen might be wounded by the Ghostwood King, so she reminded him. The sword wings on his back slightly opened as Yichen said, "If I can't hold it anymore, I will call you guys. Right now, let me test his bottom line first." Yichen did not plan to fight with the Ghostwood King. He had 2 goals. One was to test how powerful a half-step Beast King was, so that he would know when he ran into one in the future. The second was to let Murong and Yan Fengfeng know how powerful the Ghostwood King was. If it really did not work out, then the 4 of them could work together. Plus, he was confident that even if he could not beat the Ghostwood King, he would still be able to escape in one piece. Don't waste your time. In my hands, you will die for sure. How could the Ghostwood King not know about Yi Chen's plan? But he did not care. An ant trying to test an elephant's bottom line was ridiculous. No matter how many ants there were, they were still ants after all. I am afraid not. Yi Chen slowly took out his Thunder Disaster Sword, the sword light flickering. Wait until you die. Then you will know that I am telling the truth. First attack. The Ghostwood King did not have the patience to waste any more time. The black chi on his body suddenly expanded, looking extremely creepy. Shoo! 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 An air-piercing sound was heard as countless black vines shot out, attacking toward Yi Chen. Thunder Devour. Stepping on the surreal air, Yi Chen used the power to back out. In the middle of it, he held his sword with both of his hands and threw out a sword attack. A perfectly round black thunder ball attacked toward the center of the vines. Boom! The sky was filled with thunder and lightning. After the thunderball exploded, the shockwave blew away the vines. The aggressive thunder power followed the vines and spread toward the Ghostwood King's body. The Ghostwood King did not react at all, allowing the thunder power to spread toward him. Suddenly, a strange thing happened. The thunder power that was usually aggressive just got close to the Ghostwood King's body, but it started to slow down, seeming very obedient, as if its power had been sucked out. His life force has been absorbed. Yi Chen was shocked. Although the power of thunder and lightning was only a type of energy, it still had its own vitality. It was just that this vitality was slightly different from normal vitality. It was like a withered tree that had not sprouted for many years without any vitality. But one day, a bolt of lightning struck down, and the next year, the withered tree was reborn with new branches and leaves. This meant that the thunder and lightning not only activated the remaining vitality of the withered tree, but also brought it nutrients. The Ghostwood King had taken away the vitality of the thunder power, which meant that the thunder power had lost its source of power and no longer had a powerful destructive power. Humph! Yi Chen was shocked, but the Ghostwood King was even more shocked. He had indeed taken away the vitality of the thunder power, but inside the thunder power, there was still a destructive power. The destructive power could destroy everything, no matter if it was life force or death chi. Nothing could escape the destruction of the destructive power. The life force that he had just absorbed from the thunder power had also been invaded by the destructive power, which had hurt him a little bit. The dead yellow-green pupils suddenly showed a fierce light. The Ghostwood King's body shook, and more black vines shot out. These vines did not attack Yi Chen, but instead blocked the space around the two of them, creating a huge net that made it impossible for them to escape. Gold pattern! Yi Chen did not dare to be careless. He threw out a sword attack, bringing out a dark gold pattern, destroying the vines around him. Crack! Crack! Chin! 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 The toughness of the vines was beyond Yi Chen's imagination. After destroying only 10 vines, the dark gold pattern formed by the sword chi had lost its power. Break! Unable to break through with one attack, Yi Chen changed his sword aura. More dark golden ripples blossomed, turning the area within hundreds of meters into a dark golden realm. The vines that had been infused with beast power started to crumble under the waves of attacks before shattering into pieces. Killing attacks in a row, the Ghostwood King's expression changed slightly. Soul-shattering fist. Clenching his bull-sized fist, the Ghostwood King threw out a punch towards where Yi Chen was standing. Once this punch was thrown out, a loud buzzing sound could be heard, which could make people's hearts and blood boil, making it impossible for them to concentrate. Those who did not have a firm mind would lose immediately, and their condition would fall to the bottom. Gold Fury! Pushing his Zhen Yuan to its limit, Yi Chen threw out a sword attack, using his most powerful sword attack. The Ghostwood King was not Lu Wujian. Even if it was just a normal ace attack, he still had to use all of his power. Boom! A huge wave of chi exploded. The vines that were blocking the area tightened, but there was no sign of them breaking. On the other hand, the forest outside of the vines was unlucky, as all of the trees were uprooted. However, this was a forbidden area, so the space was very stable. The power was limited a lot. Plus, the trees down there were not normal ones, but fake spirit trees that were close to spirit trees. Therefore, the range of the attack was not very far, only 1 to 2 miles away. Yichen suddenly made a noise. It turned out that this punch from the Ghostwood King contained a life-destroying power other than the normal fist power. Zhen Yuan could not block it out, so it could only weaken a part of it, but it had still landed on his body, destroying his life force. Destroy! The destruction sword intent exploded, and Yichen countered this power. The third attack, soul-shattering fist, kill. The Ghostwood King's eyes were cold as he used his ace attack. He said that he would take care of Yi Chun with 3 attacks, so naturally he would not hold back. With this attack, Yi Chun would definitely die, because the power of the soul-shattering fist was 3 times more powerful than the soul-shattering fist. Woo, 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 woo. Ghost cries and wolf howls could be heard everywhere. Not to mention Yi Chun, even Morong Fong Fong, and the other 2 could feel their hair standing on end, feeling a chill running down their spine. The wings on Murong Qingqing's back tightened to its limit as waves of demon power poured into her fingers. As long as Yi Chun was in danger, she would use her most powerful sky demon finger. But it was still not enough. She secretly took out a part of her demon power essence and combined it with her own. All of a sudden, the demon intent around her intensified, making her look like a princess of demons. This attack, I have to take it. Yichen let out a long roar as his Zhen Yuan burst out. The gold sword on his back shot out with a clang, shrouded in the destruction sword intent. Then, with an incomparably sharp and murderous sword chi, it slashed out. Wherever it went, all the vitality was destroyed. It was not the slightest bit inferior to the Ghostwood King's soul-shattering. Boom! The fist power and the gold sword finally clashed together. 2 different kinds of power clashed with each other, each taking up half of the sky. The life-destroying power clashed with the destruction sword intent. No matter who won, it would have a huge impact on the other. Defensive sword spell. The Ghostwood King frowned. Crack! Crack! A metal twisting sound was heard. The tip of the gold sword started to twist under the fist power. It turned out that the soul-shattering fist was a spiral power attack, which was very aggressive. Although the gold sword was extremely hard, it was only a top-rank weapon after all. How could it block out the attack from a half-Step King warrior? It was slightly damaged, and Zhen Yuan leaked out. Not good. A cold light flashed through Yi Chen's eyes. He pointed out his sword finger, and the gold sword separated into 3. 2 sword shadows attacked the Ghostwood King from the left and right, while the gold sword itself was shattered by the fist power. The fist power carried the life-destroying power as it attacked toward Yi Chen. Immortal, suppress. After doing all that, Yi Chen's expression did not change, but his eyes got colder. He yelled with a low voice as an immortal chi spread out around his body. Pooh! Puking out a mouthful of blood, Yi Chen was blown away by the fist power. However, he was only wounded, and his life force was not affected at all. In that critical moment, he took out the immortal sword intent that he had not used for a long time, defending against that life-destroying power. As for the fist power, although it had wounded him, he was not scared at all. With his immortal body, no matter if it was an external or internal wound, he could recover instantly, unless the wound was too serious. After wounding Yi Chen, the Ghostwood King was not feeling good himself either. Those Zhen Yuan flying swords were extremely fast, and even with his reaction speed, He could only shatter one of them while the other one landed on his protective beast power. His chi and blood started to boil, and he was forced to back out. Sky Demon Finger. Right then, Murong Qingcheng threw out her attack. The black finger power broke through the vine's blockade and turned into a small sun, attacking toward the Ghostwood King. The Ghostwood King did not even look at it. He waved his sleeves, and the small black sun disappeared. It was not without reason that he used the vines to block the surroundings. It was to prevent other people from helping him. Even if they did, they would be weakened a lot. So how could they hurt him? Nirvana Flame. Yan Fengfeng's attack followed right after. The undying flame landed on the vines, and the vines caught on fire immediately. Even the Demi-King beast power could not burn it out. The flame followed the vines and spread toward the Ghostwood King's body. As long as he was burned by the Nirvana Flame, even if he was a demi-beast king, he would still be in trouble. This was the top-ranked talent of the Blue Phoenix, which was unbeatable. Although the Ghostwood King had guessed that Yan Fengfeng's real body was powerful, he did not expect her to be a phoenix descendant. Both the phoenix and the phoenix descendant belonged to the fire element, which was the natural nemesis of the Ghostwood King. Not wanting to waste his energy to fight against the Nirvana Flame, the Ghostwood King cut off the connection with the vines immediately. The sky full of vines lost control and fell down immediately. Burning Sky Kill. Lin Gaoming, the peak master of Taishan Peak, seized the opportunity, and with a fierce and unparalleled style, the fist with the power to cut straight toward him, the sound of breaking through the air was sharp. You are overestimating yourself. The Ghostwood King would not care about this fist power at all. He released his protective beast power, and that fist power was blown away immediately. It did not even make him move. So powerful. Only then did Lin Gaoming realize how big the gap between him and the Demi-Beast King was. Even 3 attacks could not take care of you. It seems like I have indeed underestimated you. The Ghostwood King split out a small part of his mind to pay attention to Murong Fengfeng and the other 2, while most of his attention was still on Yi Chen. He could feel that Yi Chen's life force had not been weakened at all, and he had only been wounded a little bit. It was not hard to tell how powerful he was. Same to you. Yi Chen activated his immortal body, and all the wounds in his body healed at a fast speed. His spirit, chi, and mentality that were a bit tired had reached its peak again. Not only that, after the bloody battle, his aura had become even more condensed, carrying that intense killing intent. It was even more threatening than before. Chapter 7:21. Impossible. The Ghostwood King's emotionless expression changed drastically. Although he had not taken care of Yi Chen in 3 attacks, he was confident that he would be able to kill the wounded Yi Chen in the next 3 attacks. However, he did not know what kind of secret art his opponent had used, but not only had his wounds healed completely, even his mental power had been adjusted to its peak. His aura had increased instead of decreasing. Nothing is impossible. Yi Chen smiled casually. However, that smile gave people a feeling of coldness. The Ghostwood King calmly thought for a while, then slowly said, I was almost fooled by you. This secret technique of yours must have a huge side effect. Once the side effect is triggered, it will definitely backfire on its owner. He did not think that there was any secret art that could go against the rules of nature. Let's try and find out. Yi Chen did not express his opinion. The immortal body did have side effects, but these side effects could be made up with Yuan Qi recovering pellets or spirit herbs. In other words, as long as he had enough Yuan Qi, he could theoretically perform the immortal body countless times. Ghostwood King, why haven't you taken care of that brat yet? The elder could not be distracted at all. As time passed by, his speed was not that useful anymore. His opponent's casual attacks had already made him unable to perform his full power. He had to admit that although the average battling power of a human demi-king was not as powerful as a demi-beast king, but their battling techniques were way more powerful than them. Plus, Qing Lu's battling power was not weaker than his. She might even be a bit more powerful. Hold on for a bit longer. The Ghostwood King said, "All right, you have to take care of it as soon as possible." The elder did not know what had happened to the Ghostwood King. All he knew was that he was starting to regret. If he had let the Ghostwood King take care of Qing Lu, then the situation would have been even. Since the Ghostwood King was a bit slower than him in every other aspect, this Yichen really can't be judged by his cultivation base. Qing Lu was different from the elder. Besides the fact that she was not used to the elder's speed at the beginning, she was able to handle it with ease. She was able to pay attention to Yi Chen's situation, and it was much better than what she had expected. Yi Chen isn't injured. Lin Gaoming, the Peak Lord of Taishan Peak, was quite surprised to see Yi Chen's undying body for the first time. However, Yan Fengfeng was no longer surprised. When Yi Chen fought with Lu Wujian, he seemed to have revealed this ability, suppressing Lu Wujian to the point where he couldn't even fight back. As for Murong Qingqing, her expression was calm. When Yi Chen obtained the secret method of the undying body, she was right beside him. "I don't have the patience to tangle with you." The Ghostwood King was a half-step king cultivated from Ghostwood. Even if he was impatient, his expression didn't change at all. However, his tone revealed his emotions. Inescapable net. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Countless black vines shot out from the Ghostwood King's body. These vines were surrounded by black qi. Wherever they went, the vitality in the air would be completely gone. It was dead silent. In the blink of an eye, layers upon layers of vines appeared. It was unknown how many layers had been set up. Some of the vines even took root underground, absorbing the vitality in the ground to strengthen themselves and grow on their own. This Ghostwood King is indeed tricky. Yan Fengfeng tried to burn the vines with her nirvana flame, but once the Ghostwood King sensed it, he immediately cut off the vine, not giving her any chance to do anything. Not only that, the vines taking root underground grew more and more out of control. They started to grow crazily. Even the trees miles away were affected and started to wither rapidly. With so much vitality gathered together, it formed an unbreakable cycle. The Ghostwood King and Yi Chen's figures could no longer be seen, as they were wrapped in a huge ball of vines with a diameter of no less than 5 miles. Huge sword spell. Yi Chen had no reason to let the Ghostwood King use his advantage. His slightly damaged gold sword shot out and expanded in the air, turning into a huge sword and attacking toward the Ghostwood King. Meanwhile, his left hand also formed a sword finger and pointed out. The green longsword on his waist also shot out. One sword turned into 3, attacking toward the Ghostwood King's left side. He could tell that although the Ghostwood King's power was horrifying, his speed was his weakness. From the beginning until now, he hadn't moved at all. Boom! The Ghostwood King knocked away the gold sword with one punch, but he couldn't block the green longsword. A huge chunk of his protective beast power was shaved off, and the sword chi left a bloody wound on his shoulder. A vine flew out, using the huge sword spell to shake up my protective beast power, then using the defensive sword spell to break through. The Ghostwood King's protective beast power was extremely powerful. Under normal circumstances, the defensive sword spell would have a hard time breaking through his protective beast power. However, due to the clash with the huge sword spell, his protective beast power was not stable, which gave the flying sword a chance. If it wasn't for the vine growing out of his shoulder, it wouldn't have been as simple as a bloody wound, but a piece of flesh. Soul-shattering fist. Soul-shattering. The Ghostwood King's body did not move, but both of his fists continued to attack, throwing out one tricky fist power after another. Yi Chen did not dare to be careless, so he used all of his power. Each of him controlled 2 flying swords. The gold sword turned into a huge sword, and the green longsword turned into 3, and then into 5. Sword shadows filled the air, and they were evenly matched with the Ghostwood King. All of a sudden, no one could do anything to the other. Of course, only when one's soul power had reached Yi Chen's level would one be able to control 2 flying swords at once. However, even so, Yi Chen was not feeling too good either. Right now, it looked like they were evenly matched, but the Ghostwood King was a half-step king warrior after all. Each of his punches was full of power, and Yi Chen had to use all of his power to block them out. If it were not for his undying body and the godly dragon metal that stored 1/3 of his Zhen Yuan, he would have lost already. Outside of the huge vine ball, a loud rumbling sound was heard. Murong Qingcheng, Yan Fengfeng, and the other 2 started to attack the huge vine ball. The 3 of them cooperated perfectly, first using the Nirvana flame to burn the vines. The Ghostwood King had no choice but to control the vines and let the burning vines fall down. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Murong Qingcheng and Lin Gaoming started to attack crazily, trying to break through the huge vine ball. It was also because of their combined attacks that the Ghostwood King was distracted and could not focus on attacking Yi Chen. Otherwise, the pressure on Yi Chen would be even greater. Since you all want to die, then I will let you die. The Ghostwood King's beast power exploded, and the vines that had been wrapped into a ball started to move. Countless vines were like whips, whipping toward the 3 outside. These vines contained half-step king warrior beast power, and their attacking power was horrifying. It was no less powerful than the full power attack of a top master level warrior. Hundreds of vines whipped over, and even with the 3's powerful strength, they were still pushed back, continuously unable to get close. The power of a half-step beast king had shocked the 3. Fighting 1 against 4, he still had the upper hand. Mysterious Void Seal. All of a sudden, a huge palm print appeared on the surface of the huge vine ball, and the broken vines flew everywhere. The Ghostwood King, who was in the middle of it, suddenly had a pale face, and his qi and blood started to boil. It turned out that Qing Lu had taken out her hand and used a mysterious void seal to attack the huge vine ball. Her power was not weaker than the Ghostwood King, and the latter was also doing 2 things at the same time. He was battling with Yi Chen on one side while controlling the vines to attack Murong Qingcheng and the other 2. He was caught off guard, so he was at a disadvantage. 5-sword attack. Yi Chen took advantage of the time when the Ghostwood King's qi and blood were boiling. The gold sword and the green longsword each separated into 5, and 10 sword shadows attacked toward the Ghostwood King. Chin, 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 swoosh, swoosh. After a series of metal exploding sounds, the protective beast power started to not be able to hold on any longer. A couple of cracks appeared on it, and the sharp sword qi leaked in, attacking the Ghostwood King's body. Break. The Ghostwood King suppressed his qi and blood. His beast power exploded, and he was able to get out of this crisis. Just like that, the Ghostwood King, the Dwarf Elder, Qing Lu, Yi Chen, and Murong Qingcheng, a total of 7 people, were all dragged into a long battle. No one could do anything to the other. As the battle was going on, more and more human shadows were attracted to the forest. In the northwest was the skinny elder and the teenager with the glaze symbol on his forehead. In the west was the gold absolute king and the powerful warriors from the evil king tower. In the north was the punishment king and the powerful warriors from the hell martial school. In other directions, there were some scattered human shadows. There were demi-king warriors from rank 5 martial institutions, and some of them were solo demi-king warriors. All of a sudden, there were almost 10 demi-king warriors gathered. Haha, it seems like there is some great treasure. Otherwise, the battle would not be this intense. The gold absolute king laughed as he licked his lips. If they are not powerful enough, then it would not matter even if we kill them all. The punishment king's killing intent was the heaviest. He was talking about killing Yi Chen and the rest. It is the Ghostwood King. From afar, the skinny elder saw the huge vine ball in the middle of the forest and said, "Ghostwood King, is this person very powerful?" The teenager asked. The skinny elder said, "The Ghostwood King is a demi-beast king cultivated from a ghost wood. He is born with the ability to absorb life force and strengthen his body. His talent is to release the vine realm and create a huge ball to trap the enemies inside. These vines would take root in the ground and absorb the life force from the plants around, which would reduce the consumption of the Ghostwood King's beast power. It is a very tricky attack. If you run into him, it would be best not to fight." Everyone moved extremely fast. Soon, they were already hundreds of miles away from the center of the battle. Not good. There are so many demi-king warriors. Qing Lu's expression changed as she suddenly pulled back. "What? Are you scared?" The dwarf elder let out a breath and said. Qing Lu said with an annoyed expression, "Look around." Hearing her, the dwarf elder let out his soul power and spread out. The next second, his expression changed a couple of times. Within his sensing range, 7 or 8 demi-king warriors had appeared out of nowhere. Each of them was not to be underestimated. There were even 1 or 2 of them whose chi was extremely horrifying, no weaker than Qing Lu. But soon, he laughed evilly again. "What does this have to do with me? It is you guys who got the fire pear tree, not us. You tell me, if they know that you guys got the tree, what will they do?" Qing Lu's expression looked bad. "You might have some treasures on you. Worst case scenario, we will fight to the death. I believe they will not mind killing you as well. Then, let's see who dies first." The dwarf elder's eyes flashed as if he was calculating something. Chapter 722. The Ghostwood King fought against 4 of them at the same time, but he still could not take down Yi Chen. It made him realize that Yi Chen's power could not be judged by his cultivation. Although the Ghostwood King was not a top half-step beast king, he was still one of the top ones among them. Normal half-step beast kings would not be able to last until now, but Yi Chen with his peak level mid-Seas of Souls realm cultivation could not only handle it, but also threaten him from time to time. If he was a little bit careless, he would be wounded, which made him re-evaluate Yi Chen. If Yi Chen managed to reach late Seas of Souls realm, then he would be able to fight against him. Although he was in the middle of an intense battle, the Ghostwood King still let out his soul power from time to time. The arrival of all the half-step king warriors had been sensed by him. He took back his beast power, and the Ghostwood King stopped attacking Yi Chen. That huge ball of vines had also sunk back into the ground. However, it did not mean that those vines were useless. At the critical moment, the vines with enough life force could trap everyone within miles. As for whether or not it would be broken through, it would be another story. Yi Chen was not stupid. Although he could not sense what was going on outside with his dual swords, the expression on the Ghostwood King's face had told him that something had changed. Indeed, when Yi Chen let out his soul power, he immediately knew why the Ghostwood King had stopped attacking. The Gold Absolute King and the Punish King's power are not weaker than Qing Lu's. Compared to the Ghostwood King, they are even more powerful. Just these 2 alone are not something that the Ghostwood King and that dwarf elder can compete with. Adding the other 5 half-step king warriors and 20 top master-level warriors, if they are against us, we will definitely lose. Yi Chen's expression turned serious. The situation right now was not good for them, and they might become the target of everyone. Shoo! Shoo! Coincidentally, Yi Chun and Qing Lu flew to the side of Morong Fong Fong, and the other two at the same time. They then pulled out some distance to avoid being surrounded. The Ghostwood King and the Dwarf Elder also didn't have the time to bother the five of them. They also kept their distance and waited to see what would happen. In just a few blinks of an eye, the half-step kings and peak master-level masters who had rushed over from all directions stopped dozens of li away. They all had different expressions on their faces. Some were expressionless and cold, some had a playful expression and a fierce glint in their eyes, and some were just watching from the sidelines, as if they didn't want to get involved easily. So many half-step kings. Mysterious peak leader Lin Gaoming sucked in a cold breath. Qing Lu said with a low voice, "There are 7 demi-king warriors in total. The most powerful, one among them should be the Punishment King from the Prison Martial School, followed by the Gold Absolute King from the Evil King Martial School. These 2 are not weaker than me in terms of power. Among the remaining 5, the Iron Hand King from the Gu family in the East Royal City would be the strongest. As the former leader of the mysterious martial school, other than some of the newly born demi-king warriors and those who had not been in the martial world for a long time, Qing Lu almost knew everyone. Who is this half-step king on the left? Yi Chen glanced at the 7 demi-king warriors and eventually fixed his eyes on the elder in brown on the left. Qing Lu glanced at the elder on the left and said, "This person is the Shadow King from the Rank 5 Martial School in the Sky Martial region. What's wrong?" Yi Chen said, "Among the demi-king warriors, his chi is the weakest. When the situation is dangerous, we can choose to break through from his side." Qing Lu did not know how Yi Chen judged the chi, but she had a different opinion. The Shadow King might be the weakest in terms of battling power, but his speed is not weaker than the elder. His battling style is also very strange, which makes him hard to deal with. It will not be easy to break through from his side. Of course, it will not be easy, but in comparison, it would be easier for me to deal with these fast but not powerful demi-king warriors. Right now, Yi Chen's power was not weaker than normal demi-king warriors. Even the Ghostwood King would not be able to hurt him. The Shadow King's chi was the weakest among all the demi-king warriors there, so choosing him was something that Yi Chen had no other choice. It was not that Yi Chen did not care about the Shadow King. Qing Lu thought about it and agreed with him. Yi Chen's defensive sword spell was already extremely fast. It would not be possible for him to dodge the attack with his speed. "Ha, Gopher King, you are a fly that never bites a seamless egg. What has attracted you here this time, and even made you fight a big battle?" It was the Iron Hand King from the Gu family in the East Emperor City. Qing Lu did not know the Ghostwood King and the Elder, but he did. He had also fought with the Elder, who was the Gopher King before, so he knew his habits. The Gopher King forced a smile and said, "Iron Hand King, you seem to know me well, but what I want to do has nothing to do with you, right?" To be honest, the fire pear tree was too tempting for him. He would rather spend more effort than to tell the truth about the fire pear tree being with Yi Chen, because once he did, the chance of him getting the tree would be even smaller. He did not believe that Yi Chen had been with Qing Lu the whole time. Hearing him, Qing Lu let out a breath. It seemed like the Gopher King would not tell the truth anymore. Indeed, if he did, it would mean giving up. The Iron Hand King rolled his eyes and laughed. "You have 2 demi-king warriors on your side, and they only have 1. Then it would not be you who got the treasure. Therefore, you guys are planning to rob it. And this is the Forbidden Forest. There are a lot of spirit trees here. The treasure would basically be spirit trees. How could it be a mid-rank spirit tree for you to rob it? It must be a top-rank one. Gopher King, am I right?" The Iron Hand King was very cunning. With just a few words, he had already explained everything, which made Qing Lu, Yi Chun, and the rest of the people's expressions change. The Gopher King chuckled. Since they had already guessed it, there was no point in hiding it. Let's go. Qing Lu knew the Iron Hand King's personality. He was very greedy, so it would not be good for them to stay. Mysterious King, the treasure should belong to the right person. Leave the top-ranked spirit tree behind, and leave. The Iron Hand King was not afraid of the mysterious school. There were 2 king warriors in the Gu family of the East Emperor City. One was the East King, and the other was the Destruction King. If the 2 worked together, even if they could not win against Xianhou, they could at least make her feel a bit scared. Plus, this was the forbidden place. As long as they did not kill her, Xianhou would not look for trouble with them. Iron Hand King, this is only your opinion. You say we have the top-ranked spirit tree, so we have it? Qing Lu said with a low voice. Whether you do or not, take out the thing in your ring, and we will know. The Punishment King crossed his arms in front of his chest and said lightly, yeah, take it out for everyone to see. If you don't have it, we will naturally not look for trouble with you. There are so many of us here. You have to give us an explanation. The attraction of a top-ranked spirit tree was too huge. It was 10 times more valuable than a semi-extreme rank weapon. If a martial school had a top-ranked spirit tree, their overall power would increase by another level. Most importantly, a top-ranked spirit tree's lifespan was at least 10,000 years. In other words, in the future, the top-ranked spirit tree's usefulness would be limitless. If you want us to open our ring, it is not impossible, but you guys have to open your ring as well. In this moving forbidden place, we might not be the only ones with treasures. Yi Chun saw that they had become the target of everyone, so he took a deep breath and said calmly, Brat, we are talking. Since when did you have the right to interrupt? Are you tired of living? The Iron Hand King had a creepy look on his face. He would not kill the mysterious King Qing Lu, but it did not mean that he would not kill Yi Chun. A mere peak-level mid-seas of souls, realm warrior dared to bargain with them. Iron Hand King, who are you trying to scare? Once we get out of the forbidden place, I will let you know how high the sky is. Qing Lu had never been this frustrated before. A killing intent appeared in her eyes. Hee, I will be waiting for you. The Iron Hand King did not care at all. Shadow King, move. This place was not suitable for them to stay for long, so Qing Lu brought Yi Chun and the rest flying toward the Shadow King. Sorry, this way is blocked. The Shadow King would not let go of this opportunity. He was the fastest, so his chance of getting the top-ranked spirit tree might not be any lower than the Punishment King and the Gold Absolute King. Even if it is blocked, it has to be blocked. Yi Chun did not want to waste time with him at all. He pointed out his sword finger, and the gold sword and the green long sword took out of their scabbards. Each of them split into 5, turning into 10 sword shadows that shot toward the Shadow King. Because of their speed and the sudden attack, even if the Shadow King had a fast reaction, he was still 1 step late. Boom, boom. A series of explosions were heard, and the Shadow King's whole body was blown away. Blood leaked out from the corner of his mouth. Qing Lu was only a bit slower than Yi Chun. She waved her hand, and that crystal-like palm power blew out all of the top master-level warriors that the Shadow King had brought. It was like swatting flies, so effortlessly. Let's go. Qing Lu's protective Zhen, Yuan covered Lin Gaoming, while Yen Fengfeng turned into her blue phoenix form. The sword wings on Yi Chen's back flapped intensely while a black light flashed once on Murong Qingqing's body. The 4 of them used their highest speed to break out of the encirclement. Within a blink of an eye, they were already dozens of miles away. Where do you think you are going? The Iron Hand King lifted up his right hand. A black metal shine appeared on his palm as he threw out a palm attack toward Yi Chen and the other four. Boom! This palm attack contained two types of profound, which were the gold profound and the earth profound. The sky darkened as a massive iron hand grabbed toward the five. Landing spell. Qing Lu was a demi-king warrior, after all. She knew that these people would not let them leave easily. So, while flying, she had already started to make a spell. The second the massive iron hand attacked, a crystal palm print landed from the sky, pressing down on the iron hand. Punishment kill. The Iron Hand King's attack had been cancelled out, but there was still an even more powerful Punishment King behind him. The Punishment King's attack was the same as the Punishment King's. He formed a spell with both of his hands, and the sound of iron chains came from the surreal space. Something shocking happened. In the deep of the surreal space, 10 iron chains landed from the sky, locking onto the 5 wrists. It was not hard to guess that being locked by these iron chains would not be a good thing. Punishment King, how dare you? Qing Lu's face was full of evil intent. This punishment kill was the famous punishment martial art of the Punishment King. Once locked by the iron chains, one would be no better than a criminal. Mysterious escape. Her Zhen Yuan burst out, and a blurry door appeared in front of her. Once the door appeared, Qing Lu brought Lin Gaoming and flew in. When they reappeared, they were already 50 miles away. It was a real instantaneous movement, and there was no trace of movement. However, Qing Lu was very worried. She and Lin Gaoming had escaped, but there were still Yen Fengfeng and Yi Chen chasing after them. Nirvana fire. Yen Fengfeng, who had turned into her blue phoenix form, flapped her wings. The aggressive Nirvana fire attacked toward the iron chains in the surreal space. The iron chains were burned by the fire, and a part of them was cut off. Morong, you can escape by yourself. I have a way. There was no time for Zhen Yuan's sound transmission, so Yi Chen talked to Morong directly with his soul. It was like they were connected, and it was a method that only he could master. Although Morong Qingcheng was worried, she knew that Yi Chen had said it with confidence. If she stayed, she would only drag them down. Her demon power essence poured into the black wings on her back. Morong Qingcheng's speed had reached beyond demi-king warrior level. She could travel hundreds of miles within a second, and the iron chains were only locking onto a shadow. Chapter 7:23. Swoosh. The iron chain was falling at an extremely fast speed. The end of the chain was like an agile little snake, wrapping around Yi Chen's wrist and body. Once he was entangled, the consequences would be unimaginable. Shadow spell. At that critical moment, Yi Chen's body started to turn illusionary. His real body shot out from the illusionary body, and that horrifying iron chain was actually locking onto a shadow like Yi Chen. This shadow Yi Chen was still struggling, looking no different from a living person. Crack! The Punishment King did not just lock people down with the iron chain. After locking people down, it followed up with another attack. A blade light flashed in the air, and an illusionary executioner's blade sliced through the shadow Yi Chen's body. There was no blood, but the shadow Yi Chen was cut in half, disappearing into nothingness. So close, dozens of miles away, Yi Chen's forehead was covered in cold sweat. He had not expected the Punishment King to be this powerful. If it were not for the fact that he had trained his shadow profound to near completion and trained his separating shadow flying art to mid-rank profound sense flying art, even if he did not die, he would have been crippled by that attack. Shadow profound. A surprised look flashed through the Punishment King's eyes. Qing Lu being able to escape from the executioner's attack was within his expectations, since she was not weaker than him in terms of power. It would be weird if she could not escape from it. Yen Fengfeng being able to escape from it was not that surprising. since the blue phoenix was one of the most powerful top-ranked beasts. Among the demi-beasts, those demi-beast primogenitors like the blue-eyed white wolf and the sky tiger were all similar to the blue phoenix. Moreover, the blue phoenix's nirvana fire was inherited from the phoenix, so its destructive power was not hard to imagine. As for that woman with the black bat wings on her back, she should have a perfect demonic human bloodline and cultivated devilish energy. But just that wasn't enough to escape his executioner's chains. At the last moment, the devilish energy that had surged out of her body was of an extremely high quality. It was definitely king-level devilish energy. Even if it was diluted, it still contained an inconceivable might. It had instantly increased her speed to a terrifying level, so it was understandable that she had been able to escape. The only thing that moved the Punishment King was Yi Chun. The Shadow Profound was one of the most difficult Profound to comprehend. In terms of speed, it might not be as fast as the Wind Profound, Thunder Profound, and Speed Profound, but in terms of speed, the Shadow Profound was above all of them. It was hard for him to imagine how Yi Chun had comprehended the Shadow Profound to this level, not far from minor completion. Interesting. I'll let you off this time. The Punished King did not chase after her. His speed was the same as Qing Lu's, maybe even slightly weaker, so it would be impossible for him to catch up. However, the other three were not slow at all. Tian, those youngsters are not to be underestimated. The skinny elder said to the teenager next to him. The teenager with the symbol on his forehead said coldly, "They indeed have some tricks up their sleeves." Yan Fingfing's Nirvana Fire, Murong Qingqing's Demon Power Essence, and Yi Chen's Shadow Profound and Defensive Sword spell had piqued his interest. "Bastard, how dare you wound me?" The Shadow King, who had been blown away, was furious to the extreme. He was a half-step king warrior, but he had been blown away by a peak-level, mid-Seas of Souls realm insect. He had even been wounded a little, which was something that he could not accept. He felt like he had been slapped in the face, which made him extremely embarrassed. "Shadow King, you trash! You can't even stop someone." The Iron Hand King took back his sight and looked at the Shadow King with disdain, adding fuel to the fire. The Shadow King roared as he pointed at the Iron Hand King and yelled, "Iron Hand King, say that again." "I said that you are a trash." The Iron Hand King's tone was full of sarcasm. Die. The Shadow King's eyes turned bloodshot. He no longer cared about the fact that the Iron Hand King was stronger than him. He waved his hand, and countless hidden weapons filled the sky. Each of them contained half-step King Jin Yuan and an invincible martial will. They shrouded the Iron Hand King. "You're courting death." The Iron Hand King's eyes turned cold. He made a grabbing motion with his hand, and the sky full of hidden weapons were gathered into a ball before being pushed back at the Shadow King. A few screams were heard as the Shadow King retreated a few steps without a single injury. However, the peak master-level warriors of the Shadow Sect beside him were all killed. This is too cruel. The Shadow Sect is really unlucky this time. They've suffered a huge blow. Many of the onlookers shook their heads. Top grandmasters weren't as common as cabbages. There were as many of them as one wanted. This time, the 4 Extremes Emperor's tomb had appeared, and all the 5th grade sects had sent their top experts. Now that Shadow King was the only one left, one could imagine how big of a blow it was to the Shadow Sect. As if a bucket of cold water had been poured on his head, the Shadow King woke up. Seeing that all the peak master-level warriors of the Shadow Sect had been killed, he said with a venomous gaze, "Iron Hand King, you're so cruel. They didn't offend you. Aren't you afraid that my Shadow Sect will start a war with your Gu family?" The tomb of 4 Extreme Emperor has appeared. Life and death are up to fate. If your Shadow Sect really wants to start a war with my Gu family, My Gu family will be waiting. I'm just afraid that you won't dare." The Iron Hand King was a bit angry earlier and didn't hold back. However, he couldn't admit that he was wrong. He could only walk this path to the end. "Good, good. The Shadow King, will remember this. Your Gu family's experts better not run into me. Otherwise, not a single one will be left alive." Schwa, leaving behind a vicious sentence, the Shadow King's body disappeared with the wind. "Huh! How dare you?" The Iron Hand King waved his sleeves, feeling a bit regretful. It was true that he was not afraid of the Shadow King, but the Gu family warriors beside him were not him. They would definitely not be able to block out the Shadow King's attack. Because of a moment of anger, he had made a huge enemy. "You guys, don't get too far away from me." The Iron Hand King reminded the Gu family warriors. Thousands of miles away in the deep part of the mountains, Yi Chun and the other four stopped. "Is everyone okay?" Qing Lu let out a breath secretly. It was very lucky that they were able to get out alive this time. 7 half-step king warriors were not something to be messed with. As long as 3 of them attacked, the 5 of them would suffer a great loss. Luckily, Yi Chun had beaten back the Shadow King and bought them some time. "Teacher, I'm fine." Yan Fengfeng's face was a bit pale. The Nirvana fire was her natal fire, and it was not endless. It would take a long time for her to recover. "Senior, don't worry. Everyone is fine." Yi Chun was in the most dangerous one, but he was also the one who had consumed the least amount of power. Yan Fengfeng had escaped with her Nirvana fire. Murong Qingcheng had used her demon power essence, and he had used his shadow profound. "Very good. Next, we will try to be careful and find the graveyard." Qing Lu looked around and said, the forbidden place was huge and endless. The 5 did not know where they were in the forbidden place, so they could only rely on their instincts and take one step at a time. Boom, boom. After walking for a long time, the 5 arrived at a thunder area. Perhaps this place is a spell? Such a powerful thunder. Imprinted in their eyes was a dense black thundercloud with countless lightning bolts striking down. These lightning bolts had been amplified by the power of the array, and their might was frightening. That destructive aura was enough to make one's heart tremble. Even a half-step king couldn't ignore it. "Look, there seems to be a human shadow inside." Lin Gaoming accidentally glanced over and gasped. Qing Lu frowned. "Who is inside? Why is he not coming out yet?" As she spoke, she followed Lin Gaoming's gaze and looked over. Yi Chun and the other 2 looked over as well. Under the concentrated thunder and lightning attack, a human figure stood in the air, walking slowly in the sky. What startled the 5 people was not this. What startled them was that this figure didn't have any protective true essence around his body. The thunder and lightning struck down on his head, forehead, chest, and back, nearly submerging him in a sea of thunder and lightning. But they couldn't do anything to him. He was like a conductor, and the thunder and lightning followed his body and spilled onto the ground, splashing countless arcs of electricity. So powerful! Yi Chun gasped. He could tell that this person was not a life and death realm warrior. He was just like Qing Lu, a half-step king warrior. However, these thunder and lightning were close to the full power attack of a half-step king warrior. Even a half-step king warrior would have to use his protective Zhen Yuan to block it out. However, this person could block it out with only his body. It was like his body was a conductor, able to ignore the thunder and lightning. "It is him." Qing Lu blurted out. "Senior Qing Lu, who is this person?" Yi Chun asked curiously. Qing Lu said, "There are different levels among the half-step king warriors. Although my power is not bad, I am still not at the top of the half-step king warrior level. There are 3 top half-step king warriors on this true spirit continent, And this person is one of them. He is called the Thunder Spirit King. He has the Thunder Spirit body, and his achievement in the Thunder Profound is very high. I heard that once he reaches the life and death realm, he would be able to take down the Thunder King from the Thunder region and inherit the title of Thunder King. Only he could ignore the Thunder attack that was equivalent to half-step King Warrior level. Thunder Spirit King. Yi Chun had heard that among the half-step King Warriors, the Thunder Spirit King was one of the most powerful ones. The tomb of the 4 Extreme Emperor had appeared, and almost all the half-step King Warriors had come out. We will have to be more careful. Although the Thunder Spirit King is cold, he would not kill innocent people. But if we encounter other half-step King Warriors, it would be hard to say. Qing Lu was not worried about herself. She was worried about Yan Fengfeng and Yi Chun. Yi Chun nodded. He could feel that this time was not the same as before. Normally, the enemies he encountered would not be much more powerful than him. Even if he could not beat them, he would be able to escape. But this time, the enemies were all half-step King Warriors. With his power right now, he could only fight with normal half-step King Warriors. The Ghostwood King's power was slightly weaker than Qing Lu's. Without Yan Fengfeng and the other 2, he would have to rely on his undying body to survive. But if it dragged on, the consequences would be unimaginable, since the Zhen Yuan of half-step King Warriors was way more powerful than him, and the undying body would consume Yuan Qi. It seems like I have to find a chance to increase my cultivation to late seas of Soul's realm. Otherwise, it would be too dangerous. Yi Chen's cultivation was only 1 step away from late seas of Soul's realm. Perhaps he would be able to make it in the next second. Once he did, his Zhen Yuan would be at least 30% more powerful, and the quality of his Zhen Yuan would continue to increase as well. Most importantly, when he reached the late seas of Soul's realm, he would experience the state of being one with the nature for a short period of time. Chapter 724. The Thunder Spirit King's body had already disappeared into the endless Thunder Ocean. Of course, Yi Chun and the other 4 would not be like the Thunder Spirit King and choose to go through this thunder area. Besides Qing Lu, the rest of them would not be able to handle the endless thunder attacks. If they tried to take it head-on, they would be turned into ashes. Following the edge of the thunder area, the 5 of them flew at a high speed. It was a dark underground world. It was not that high, only a couple 100 meters high. The top of the world was hard black mud, which was oddly shaped and sharp like blades. The surface of the mud was covered with a layer of forbidden power, supporting this huge underground world. On the ground, there were primitive jungles, swamps, rivers, and all sorts of other harsh environments. Pop, pop. On one of the swamps, dozens of gray bubbles suddenly appeared. Boom. A massive figure appeared out of it, raising up its wok-sized fist and attacking towards Xia Hozuan, who was in the sky. Piss off! Xia Hozuan yelled angrily as he pointed out his finger to welcome the incoming attack. Boom! The massive figure was blown away and landed on the swamps, bringing up gray mud waves. Xia Hozuan's body was shaken as well, his qi and blood boiling. Its attacking power is only slightly weaker than mine. Xia Hozuan was very surprised as he looked down at the massive figure. It was a humanoid monster formed from gray soil. Just like the swamp, the humanoid monster's body was covered in sticky, muddy water that kept slipping down. Its eyeballs were a pair of black agate stones, and it had no mouth, nose, or ears. It was 3 to 4 meters tall, and its limbs were thick. It was more appropriate to describe it as a swamp monster. Take my axe attack. The axe master, Lin Ruhai's body, flashed once before he arrived right next to the swamp monster. He held his massive axe with both of his hands and threw out an attack. The axe light was extremely heavy. Crack! One of the swamp monster's arms had fallen off. Awoo! The swamp monster did not have a mouth, but it let out an angry roar. Its thick and powerful right leg swept out, kicking right at Lin Ruhai's head. Dang! At that critical moment, Lin Ruhai blocked in front of his body with his massive axe, but that kick was way too powerful. His whole body was blown away, bringing up a huge chi wave. Void-shattering finger. A sharp light flashed through Xia Hozuan's eyes as he pointed out his finger at the swamp monster's chest. Pop! The golden finger power went through the swamp monster's chest and shattered the black stones inside. Walala! As if it had lost its bones, the swamp monster softened and became one with the swamp. At the same time, an extremely terrifying power of earth and water radiated outward, dissipating into nothingness. This swamp monster should be the combination of the earth spirit and the water spirit. It's called the swamp spirit or the swamp monster. It's much stronger than the earth spirit or the water spirit. Its body contains the power of earth and water, and it's born with the ability to control these two powers Upanishads. However, the swamp monster also has a weakness. It has an energy core inside its body. The speaker was the supreme elder of the Void Martial School, the Armored King. He was famous for his defense. Among the half-step kings of True Spirit Continent, few could surpass him in defense. Lin Ruhai frowned and said, "A single swamp monster is not much weaker than me. If 4 or 5 of them come, only you, Grand Elder, can handle them." His power was at the same level as Xia Hozuan, so he could take on 3 to 4 swamp monsters at most. If there was one more, then he would not be able to handle it. It's been 3 days. I wonder if the others have found the entrance to the graveyard. The forbidden place was boundless. Yi Chun and the other 4 had spent 3 days and still could not find the entrance. They could only wander around and try their luck. Let me see. Although Yi Chun did not plan to expose his soul, he could use his soul power in his eyes, which would be 1/10 of the effect. He closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, his pupils were completely silver white. 2 beams of silver, white light shot out. 50 miles, 500 miles, 5,000 miles, 30,000 miles. Layers of shadows flashed past in front of Yi Chen's eyes. His gaze seemed to have traveled through time and space, and even the power of the spell could not stop it. What kind of secret art is this? Qing Lu was shocked. His eyes kept moving. After a long while, Yi Chen fixed his gaze on the southeast direction and said, 18,000 miles to the southeast, there is an underground entrance. A couple of people have gone down there. Underground entrance? Let's go check it out. Qing Lu said. All right. The silver white light faded away as Yi Chen closed his eyes and opened them again. He had used up a bit of his soul power. Shoo! The 5 of them flew toward the southeast direction at an extreme speed. Far away in front of them was an ancient underground entrance. At the entrance, there was a wide staircase that extended downwards. This should be the entrance to the tomb. Let's go down. There were at least 1,000 people who had come to the forbidden place, and there would always be some people who were lucky enough to find the entrance soon. Right then, there were dozens of people gathered at the entrance. There were 3 half-step king warriors and 12 top master-level warriors. Before them, there were already 3 to 4 people who had gone in. Shoo! Shoo! After making sure that the people who had gone in before did not run into any danger, the remaining people could not sit still anymore. Their bodies flashed as they flew down the stairs. Soon, they disappeared at the end of the stairs and could not be seen or felt anymore. They have gone in. Let's go in as well. The rest of the people started to move as well. After half an hour, Yi Chun and the other 4 arrived. It is here. Yi Chun looked at the entrance and said, it should be the entrance to the tomb. Qing Lu let out a breath and said with a smile, "Then let's go in." The black bat wings on Murong Chingching's back flapped. "Yeah, let's go in." Qing Lu was the first to move, and Yi Chun and the other three followed behind her. Waiting until the five disappeared at the end of the stairs, the shadow of a rock nearby started to move, and a human figure appeared. It was indeed the Shadow King. "Brat, it is all because of you that I am the only one left in the Shadow Martial School. If you run into me alone, you will die a horrible death." Shoo! The Shadow King flew in as well. The first thing that entered their eyes was the dark underground world. Looking up, the black mud was as sharp as blades. It was only a few hundred meters away from the ground. The place where the five appeared was a cliff. Looking down from above, they could see the ancient forest connected to each other. The dead rivers were like ropes, intertwining with each other. Such a creepy place. Yichen took a deep breath. He could feel that this place was full of danger. It was definitely not as peaceful as it looked. No matter how creepy it is, we have to get through it. Qing Lu also felt that this place was not a safe place. Just when Qing Lu finished talking, there was a scream coming from the forest not far away. Then a couple of human figures flew out of the forest like birds that were scared by the twang of a bow. The trees in the forest were all very tall, not much shorter than the cliff. Therefore, after these few human figures flew out of the forest, they were not far away from the top of the black mud. That was also why they did not fly from the sky. They were afraid that there might be something else on the black mud